University of the Sunshine Coast, Australia. Profesor Ganefri, PhD, Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang. Muhammad Sazali Haji Muhammad Sharif, PhD, Head of the Center of Culinary Arts and Gastronomy, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Associate Professor, Dr. Arasinah Binti Hamis from the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Associate Professor, T.S. Rosita Muhammad Tajuddin, PhD, from the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, listening the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Juliana SP MSE as the conference chair to deliver her official report to Dr. Juliana SP MSE. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Rector and Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Honorable Dean and Vice Deans, Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, all of the Dean and invited Universitas Negeri Padang, the distinguished our invited speakers, and of course the excellencies authors and participants. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to the 4th International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism, ICCFBT 2021. First, our praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has bestowed our pleasure for the health, the opportunities and happiness. Without His mercy, it's impossible for us to be together here virtually. Secondly, salawat and greetings remain full to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has been guiding us so that we can get today achievements. Today, I also would like to express my deep gratitude to all the committees who have worked hard, sacrificed their time, and taking the risk out from the comfort zone during this pandemic. It's an honor for me on this occasion to be here as the chairman of the committee of the 4 ICCFBT 2021, which hosted by the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality Universitas Negeri Padang. In this conference, we have 150 selected papers were registered with around 300 participants from various regions. However, the preparation and implementation of this conference is not free from various weaknesses. And I, as the chairman of this conference, apologize for any inconvenience and hope that you will have a fruitful discussion during this conference. Last, I am looking forward to seeing you in another occasion in the near future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Among this time, I would like to invite Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Padang, to convey acknowledgement and officially opened the 4th ICCFBT 2021. To Dr. Refnaldi Emlit, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Shalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajma'in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, Vice Rectors, Deans of Faculties of Tourism and Hospitality, Deans of other faculties, Vice Deans, Program Coordinators, invited speakers, distinguished guests, and participants of the 4th International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, organized by the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, Universitas Negeri Padang. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We have the chance to meet in this virtual room to witness the opening one of the 2021 International Conference Series in Universitas Negeri Padang, which has received great support from many partners. We fully understand that hosting the virtual meeting provides us new opportunities as well as new challenges, especially in managing presenters, participants, and presentation schedules, and also the use of technology. So the themes of this conference is restarting tourism through empowering hospitality character and innovation in the new normal era. Representing directors of Universitas Negeri Padang, I'm very pleased to join opening of this virtual conference. I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the Deans of Faculties of Tourism and Hospitality of Universitas Negeri Padang, who has regularly given the support for making this conference even happen. And especially, I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for taking time to participate from near and far in today's conference. Professor Noel Scott from University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, Professor Ganefri from Universitas Negeri Padang, Muhammad Shazli, PhD from UiTM Malaysia, Associate Professor Arsinah Binti Kamis from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, and Associate Professor Rosita from University Technology Barat, Malaysia. I believe that this conference will become a good medium and opportunity for us to learn, communicate, and share the newest information about knowledge, concept, theories, and results of the research, And the most important things are to create networking and to collaborate with international experts, as well as institutions in the international levels. Moreover, through this meeting, we can improve the quality of our research as well as innovation and trends in culinary, fashion, tourism, and hospitality, and other related fields in science and technology for global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to restate what experts in tourism had stated about hotel and tourism in the current and the future conditions. COVID-19 has hit businesses of just about every shape and size hard, but few have felt the effect quite as strongly as those in the hospitality industry. Restaurants and hotels in many parts of the world have been forced to enclose as restriction to limit the spreads of the coronavirus have taken hold. Before the pandemic slammed the brakes on the international and domestic travel, the global hotel trade was looking rosy. The corporate travel industry alone was forecast to grow significantly. But rather than enjoying what was predicted to be one of the biggest growths hoteliers have been seen, they have been plunged into the most challenging periods in the history of the industry. In the face of spiraling occupancy rates and surging cancellation, businesses could have crumbled, but instead, bed and breakfast, boutique hotels, and global chains are adjusting their approaches, refocusing their efforts, and doing everything they can adapt to the new normal. There's no denying the devastating impact the pandemic has had on the global hotel industry. Occupancy rates are down across the world, with Europe and North America, two of the regions that have been the hardest hit. Despite the devastating impact of the pandemic continues to have, hotel sales and marketing teams are doubling down on their efforts and doing everything they can to maximize their revenues now, with the knowledge that the end of the pandemic could potentially be in sight. Distinguished guests, presenters, ladies and gentlemen, we often hear about the importance of agility in business. And now we're in this better illustrated than in the response of many hoteliers to the pandemic. There are numerous tactics and strategies that hoteliers are putting in place to help them outlast the travel crunch and come back. Some are very creative, while others are surprisingly simple. The first one is check-in changes and key digitalization. Reducing human contact has been a key part of suppressing the virus. So hotels have made some important changes. One of the biggest changes was creating a contactless express check-in, which has made the process quicker, easier, and safer for the guests. It will also allow us to adapt to any new procedures and requirements COVID-19 compliance may bring in the future. These are the kinds of innovation that many hotel guests have wanted for years. However, without the challenges of the global pandemic, it's something that industry had been slow to adopt. I think two or some of the topic in the parallel session will address this issue. The second one is the workation. Some hotels are taking the ideas of opening up their rooms to workers one step further, which is giving workers the chance to escape the daily lockdown routines by booking a workation. Hotel rooms come with a workation already set up and a butler service to handle work-related tasks such as scanning and printing, and even organizing tutoring and babysitting for children. There's also a guaranteed early check-in and late checkout, so workers can make the most of the time. The next one is robot butlers. The robot butlers has proved to be very popular among the hotel's guests and is an effective way to reduce face-to-face interaction with staff. It has also become a tool for generating revenue, with the robot charging a fee for delivering items such as coffee from the lobby cafe that would not have been able for delivery before. Then flexibility, safety, and lots of information. Flexibility has become another important feature for the guests when booking hotels during the pandemic. With the new and sudden restriction leading to the last-minute cancellation of weekend trip, overnight stays, and business meeting, customers want to know that hotels have policies in place that will allow them to rebook, reschedules, and receive a full refund. Many online travel agencies are also now displaying crucial information that is pertinent to the current situation of their hotel listing. That includes explanation and advice about local coronavirus restriction, concierge services, details about transfers to and from the airport, expanded information on e-learning, on cleaning procedures, and updated details about what is included in the stay. All of these details are now key to generating reservation. Then the last one is renovating for the future. While no one would have wished for the pandemic shutdown, it does provide hoteliers with a unique opportunity to renovate and rethink their business models. Hotels owners are putting a greater emphasis on health-related features, such as indoor-outdoor architecture, antimicrobial finishes, and high-performance ventilation system to reassure guests and heighten their sense of well-being and safety. Other popular retrofits that are taking place include hotel room carpets being replaced with solid flooring that looks and feels cleaner, and shower curtains being replaced by glass doors. So those are the things, or those are the ideas that might be discussed in some of the papers in this international conference. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the academic staff, administrative staff, and students of Universitas Negeri Padang, we'd like to thank our speakers, especially invited speakers and parallel speakers, and also participants for your contributions, which will make this conference a success. Who could have imagined a better exchange than seeing invited international speakers from several countries here joining forces in the conference to share experiences, research finding, and inspiring ideas. And the most important thing is having opportunities to learn many things from the expert. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect we will learn new ideas, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work. I know that there will be many interesting and useful presentations. I believe many good experiences will be shared and good lessons will be learned. Members of organizing committee have been working very hard. I will take to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also to thank our patrons, individual and organization partners and volunteers. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participation. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And you are the very important part of the meeting success. Please enjoy the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the fourth International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism is officially open. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Refnaldi Emlit, for your welcoming speech and also opening this conference officially. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, and delegates, let's have a look for the video of the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang, established in 1954 under the name PTPG Batu Sangkar. UNP's vision is to become a reputable, internationally recognized university.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Culinary, PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
The impact of technology and the industry nowadays have triggered Universitas Negeri Padang to develop sustainable programs. Universitas Negeri Padang focuses on education and qualified teaching process, research and high-quality publication, then community services that give advantages to the society.
Universitas Negeri Padang has 8 faculties. They are the Faculty of Educational Science, the Faculty of Languages and Arts, the Faculty of Social Sciences, the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the Faculty of Sports Science, the Graduate School, The campuses of Universitas Negeri Padang are spread across 7 areas in West Sumatra. Universitas Negeri Padang has equipped facilities and infrastructures such as a main library with digital services, an auditorium with a capacity of more than 8,000 seats, swimming pools and sports fields of national and international standards, and laboratory schools from kindergarten to senior high school.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world. Mabuhay UNP!
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. For closing this opening ceremony with blessings, we would like to invite Mr. Al-Ikhlas LCMA to lead the Doa recitation for Muslim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we gather here this morning at the opening 4th International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism 2021, held by Fakultas Pariwisata dan Perhotelan Universitas Negeri Padang on October 21st, 2021. So, we hope Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Almighty, give us the benefit and good result. And let's raise our hand and submit our heart. May Allah, the Almighty, always give His forgiveness and His blessing for us. Please allow me to read prayer according to Islam, and for non-Muslim, please pray according to respective beliefs. Thank you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. O Allah, we have greatly wronged ourselves, and no one forgives sins but you. So grant us forgiveness and have mercy on us. Surely you are forgiving, merciful. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma waj'al tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma 'allimna ma yanfa'una wanfa'na bima 'allamtana waj'al 'ilmana khalisan liwajhikal karim waftah 'alaina bi fathikal mubin. Oh Allah, please bless this conference and make it beneficial, and make this meeting provide benefit for all. Oh Allah, make these activities a part of our good deeds, and give your blessing for every participant of this program. Our Lord, give us in this world that which is good, and in the hereafter that which is good, and save us from the torment of the fire. Our Lord, accept this submission from us that you are the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ikhlas. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our opening ceremony of the 4th International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism 2021. Once again, we would like to say thank you very much for joining this session, and we would us on the plenary session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our moderator for this morning plenary session, Mr. Arif Adrian. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pasaribu. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri, PhD. Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dr. Reynaldi M. Lid. Honorable All Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang. Honorable Dean of Tourism and Hospitality, Faculty of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dr. Anda Ernawati, MPD, PhD. Honorable all of Dean and Vice Dean Faculty of Universitas Negeri Padang. Honorable the Chief Committee of ICCFBT 2021, Dr. Yuliana SPMSE, especially for our special guest, Honorable Keynote Speaker invited Professor Noel Scott and Muhammad Sazali MD, Sarif PhD, and distinguished guest conference delegates who have been willing to take the time to be able to attend this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first keynote speech session of the fourth International Web Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, with the topic, Restarting Tourism Through Empowering Hospitality Character and Innovation in New Normal Era, organized by Tourism and Hospitality Faculty, Universitas Negeri Padang. First, let me introduce myself as moderator. My name is Arif Adrian. This morning, with the enthusiasms, it is my honor to be a moderator for this session. And also, it is my honor to have a Professor Noel Scott here with us this morning. Good morning, Professor Noel Scott.
Good morning.
Okay. Professor Noel will be delivering a speech entitled with the psychology of culinary, fashion, beauty, and tourism experience. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Noel Scott. Professor Noel Scott, current position right now is adjunct, a professor of tourism management in the Sustainability Research Center, University of the Sunshine Coast, Australia. Professor Noel Scott completed his Bachelor of Science at the University of Queensland with honors, and he completed 2 master degrees. Master of Business Administration distinction at University of Warwick, United Kingdom, and Master of Business with a focusing on marketing. And at 2004, Professor Noel earned his Doctor of Philosophy at the University of Queensland. And at 2005, Professor Noel graduate certificate in the higher education at the University of Queensland. Professor Noel Scott published around 130 papers in a reputable referred journal article, and around 88 published conference paper, and much other research output and non-referred publication. Correct me if I am wrong, Professor.
No, you're right.
Okay, thank you. I will continue. Yeah? Professor Noel Scott also published 17 books and 112 book chapters. Besides that, Professor Noel Scott also membership of research and center such as Cintures at University of Algarve, Portugal, mentor at the Center for Tourism and Cultural Development, Universitas Andalas, Padang, Indonesia, adjunct professor at Economic and Business Faculty of Mataram University, Lombok, Indonesia, Tourism Planning Academy of Jiangxi Province, Foreign Consultant, Jiangxi, China, Griffith Institute for Tourism, Deputy Director, Gold Coast, Australia. Professor Noel also membership of Learn and Professional Association, such as a Market Research Society of Australia, or MRSI, whereas he was the chairman of the Queensland division of the MRSI in 1989. A fellow Council for Australian University Tourism and Hospitality Education, then also International Association of Scientific Experts in Tourism. Then International Federation for Information Technologies in Travels and Tourism. And then Australia, Middle East and North Africa Business Council. And then fellow of the International Association for China Tourism Studies. And then Australia, China Tourism Research Networks. And then World Health and Wellness Tourism Association, Scientific and Consultative Global Council. And then the last, Wildlife Tourism Association. And I think that's many more that I cannot describe at the time, considering the time constraint. So that is a brief curriculum of Professor Noel Scott. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, let me briefly explain the rule of this session. Actually, we have around 50 minutes for this session. So perhaps Professor Noel will deliver a talk in about 40 minutes. And then for the talks followed by approximately around 10 minutes for question and answer. And maybe I need to explain about the rule of the question and answer. All of the conference delegates can ask the question by the typing your question in the chat box, or maybe you can, if you have still a time, maybe you can also ask the question by raising your hand in your Zoom application. So I think that is the brief of the rules. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Noel Scott to this keynote session. Professor Noel Scott, the stage is yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Arif, for that glowing introduction. I'm a little bit embarrassed by your talk, but thank you. Just one thing. Yes, I have got 5 degrees, but my wife has recently, she's very competitive. So my wife recently has decided that she wants to get 5 degrees as well, so that she can beat me. And and so we're having a little bit of a competition at the moment. Hopefully I'll be able to do something to keep in front. Anyway, so thank you very much, Arif, for your introduction. And thank you very much to the rector, to the dean and host for this conference, and to all the other speakers who have taken the time to talk today. I'm very interested. I'm very happy to talk about this particular topic. Oh, first of all, I'll share my screen if I can. Let me just see how I can do that. Share screen and share that. And so can you see that screen now, Arif? Is that all right?
Yes, clearly, sir.
Excellent. So I'm very happy to talk about this topic because, you know, it's not one that I've seen before, but I think it's it provides or suggests a great opportunity for the university and for the people who work there. So you see, it's not often that you'd see a school which looks at culinary, fashion, beauty, and tourism and hospitality in one area. But to me, all of those particular areas of academic research are areas which have got great potential for growth in the future. And especially fashion, beauty, those sort of areas are areas where there's a sense of creativity and changing tastes and fashions which you need to be aware of. And I think that that's a wonderful opportunity, which I'll talk about. So I'm very happy to be able to talk today. So the reason I talk about beauty and fashion and things is that there's this idea of economic value in society changing over time, driven, I think, by the growth in, well, the wealth of society. For Australia and some developed countries, this happened some maybe decades ago, but for Indonesia and many other countries, it's happening now. And it provides wonderful opportunities. So the idea of this economic experience economy is that in the past we have made money. The society's been based on commodities, that is selling rice or iron ore or things like that. So things which were important, but not necessarily able to be distinguished very much, and very much physical things. Later, they were turned into goods. We might have iPhones or cars and things, and they're all very good. But the thing about it is, as you get richer and richer, it's very hard to, as a society or an individual, it's very hard to spend your money on goods. You end up with a room piled high with iPhones or hats or all sorts of different things. And you can only use so many. I mean, how many cars, Arif, how many cars do you have? Are you there, Arif?
Yes, sir.
How many cars do you have, motorbikes or cars?
Just only one, sir. Because
only one.
Yes, because I'm just only a junior lecturer here.
Okay. Well, I hope you get. How many do you want?
Maybe around 3.
3. Oh.
Yes.
Maybe kind a Porsche. A BMW or a Porsche or what do you want?
One for the casual, like a Toyota, and then one maybe for the sport mobile.
Yeah, good.
And then for the adventure, maybe.
Oh, okay, a 4-wheel drive. Very good. What happens if you had 10?
Oh, because the cost is too much to spend. That's for.
But let's say you are rich. How many cars do you want? 10?
Yes, maybe if the money is not problem, maybe 10 or maybe 20.
What about 50?
It's still possible if I have a lot of money.
Okay, 100?
Still possible.
Yeah, it's still possible, but what would you do with all these cars? It'd be crazy. So the point I'm getting you to think about is that as people get more wealthy, they tend to move from, I mean, you can only buy so many cars. And so perhaps then you might start buying services. And that's what actually happened. People start, instead of cooking at home, they start eating in restaurants. And instead of cutting their own hair, they'd go to an expensive barber or hairdresser. And instead of perhaps making their own clothes, they will buy clothes, goods, and then they'll start to think about trendy fashion clothes, and then so it goes. So goods turn into services, and in many countries, we live in a service economy with 75% of our GDP in Australia or something like that. The value created is from services and not the sale of goods, although Australia sells lots of iron ore and things. But, you know, you go to restaurants, good, but soon you start wanting more. Instead of just going to the same restaurant day in, day in, you want variety. And then you start thinking, well, I wonder if I could go to a theatre restaurant, a restaurant with some entertainment, or a restaurant which is high luxury, and therefore one which is more of an experience than just a service. So we start to move into what they Pine and Gilmore have called the experience economy, where it's not the goods or the service even, but it's the experience that I feel from my purchases, which are the things that I want. And later people say that, okay, the next step will be transformation, people buying things because they want to be better people or they want to be healthy. So perhaps these experiences are moving to a different stage in some places. But a lot of the so let's assume at the moment that Indonesia is in the good stages, moving into services, and in some areas starting to look at an experience economy. Well, just as we talk about product development and innovation, we might think about designing experiences. And there's many people who do this. Designing experiences, you might think about designing buildings. That's what an architect does. And they try and create a building which expresses some feeling or some provides the visitor with an experience of some type. In business, people try and create brands and customer experiences. Information technology tries to create a website or a social media platform with user experience. In beauty, we're creating a personal service which may be about luxury, but I would argue that it's starting to become an experience of indulgence, perhaps, possibly. In culinary, in food, we might talk about creating extraordinary experiences, meals which are more than a meal. They are somehow somehow memorable. We'll talk about that. In tourism, we talk about memorable experiences, and in fashion, we're always thinking perhaps about the aesthetics of clothing, how clothes change in trends and fashion and things. And it's in these areas that we need to think about creativity and creating experiences, not delivering goods or services. So what do we mean by experiences? Well, the supplier, that is the business owner, for them, an experience is a new type of offering, a new type of product, but with additional customer features, features which induce the customer perhaps to feel a certain way or to think a certain way. From the customer view, it's more subjective consumption process. It's about me and what I take out of the experience. And there's two different ideas. I've decided not to talk too much about the theory of this, but there's a lot of thinking. But for many customers, in our daily life, we don't actually remember much about what happens. We might think that we're always aware of what's around us, and that is true, but much of the time we're conscious of things around us, but we don't actually remember it afterwards. But the things that we remember, the experiences that we value, tend to be related to emotion, novelty, and to things that are important to me. So if we can add more novelty or goal-orientated features in a product, then people will remember them. They'll say they had a wonderful experience. So experiences are valuable. Here are some experiences that people might value. I found this when I was looking to develop this thing. There's a waterfall in a waterfall restaurant in the Philippines where you sit at the base of a waterfall and your feet are in the water. It's a bit novel and unusual. Of course, luxury spas. What a wonderful thing. The sensations that you might feel, and the idea that you are receiving pampering from a customer perspective is very important. But there are many different types of experiences that you can have. The experience of going to Disneyland in America, where the value comes from perhaps having fun and excitement, or being a family together, and seeing these symbols like Mickey Mouse and the story of the castle, and taking photos and memorabilia to remind yourself of it. So those are valuable things. And in an experience economy, you're looking to try and create these valuable experiences. So how do you do it? How do you design processes and techniques and services that create an experience? Well, one way, one idea, this is a bit of a complicated diagram, but one idea is to analyze your service or your offering, to think about it as a film. Think about it as a movie. I came across this idea when I was reading about Steven Spielberg, who makes his movies by creating a big long line, and in the movie he tries to say, well, in this scene I want my audience to feel this way, and in this scene it's this way. Well, you can think about a service or a tourism experience in the same way. At the beginning, you have the entrance to the activity, and that it's important when you're entering some new activity to allow people to know that they've arrived, to reassure them they are where they want to be. And often people will use symbols to demonstrate you are where you have to be, and it'll be great. So you might have a, if people in Australia go to a winery or a farm, they will often have an entrance statement, which is like a sign saying, giving the name of the place, and usually having some symbols that people associate with wine or with farms or something. So that's your entrance statement. Then you might have a welcome where, yeah, things are going okay, I can relax, and you can create a story for people. You start to say, okay, you're not just here for a restaurant, to have a restaurant, you're here to experience romance. This is a romantic restaurant, and you are going to have a wonderful romantic time. So you begin by telling people, yes, this is a romantic restaurant. And then you might give people a character. You might say to people, oh, sir, you are the hero, and lady, you are the heroine, and I can see that you're both beautiful people and you're going to have a wonderful romance, and how can we help you to do it? And your goal, the goal that you want to achieve by coming to this restaurant, is to experience romance. And so we're going to help you to do that by doing these things. That's the story that you're going to develop. And then the beginning, you establish the situation. There's a romantic restaurant. You might play some music, romantic music. You might start to provide people with a menu, which is the scenery of the restaurant will be very romantic, and so on. And then you go through a series of scenes in the story, where at each part, you're experiencing some sort of emotion. And as you get to the final scene, you have the experience. You have, voila, here is your dessert. Or voila, you are, so something happens, and then you have the end of the story, and you have a farewell, and you leave. And the outcome, of course, is satisfaction, or in fact, delight. You might provide some souvenirs for people. And certainly the experience is co-created with the customer. It's not just delivered to them. So think about designing experiences which are like a film, and all of this analysis is trying to understand the experience from the customer's perspective, not from the supplier's perspective. So think about that idea. And so the idea of dramaturgy, that is the way action in plays and movies are built, is a common area of study. And I suspect that we can use some of the techniques of dramaturgy to create better culinary experiences, better beauty experiences, better fashion experiences, tourism, hospitality experiences. So, and often these things have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And so think about your product as a fantasy movie, or as a romantic movie, or as an action movie, where the character, the customers, leave their normal life, have hurdles and worries, and then overcome them and have a wonderful experience, perhaps. So places have a character which provides the background for a story. You know, like if I go to a national park, I expect to see trees and mountains. If I go to a tropical beach, I expect to see sand, beach, sun, coconut trees. And the people go to these places to achieve some sort of outcome. So what is Padang? I mean, it's a wonderful, look at these buildings. They're wonderful. To me, they're extremely exotic. And so I'm thinking about Padang as a romantic and unusual, exotic place. So how do I deliver that story to people? So I've been to Padang myself. I was very lucky enough to be invited to go, and I've look at this. I became part of the fantasy. Here's me. This is me here, and my colleagues dressed in fantasy clothing. Well, it was wonderful, a wonderful experience. Here's a view that I saw, which I could then look at it on a Indonesian note. I saw these dances here, people, you know, being involved in quite exotic and unusual entertainment, and the climbing the ladder of knives. So all of these things, all of these activities and experiences have a sense of perhaps fantasy or excitement. They're telling stories. They engage visitors. They create emotion, and they display the authentic culture of the place. Wonderful. And I think that that sort of idea is available in activities in Padang, but I don't necessarily think about it in terms of the brand and image of the region. So that's a sort of separate issue, but wonderful resources on which to create tourist attractions and things. So I think a place like Padang could be thought of as a film, as a narrative. And so you start to think about the parts of the film that you like. What are the parts that you don't understand? What does the place name mean? What does the first part of my story or my visit to a place, what's the end part? What things are repeated? What are the themes that might come? And so on. There's lots of interesting techniques to analyze a place and a person's visit to a place as a film, as a narrative, but also it's the same for hospitality, for fashion, and so on. They share this idea that you can create narratives, which are what people want. So in different places, you can create sometimes for the same place, different outcomes, different stories. You might have a natural place, which is calm and peaceful, and therefore the story is about restoring yourself, or excitement and adventure and creating a challenge for yourself. If you're thinking about wellness, you might be trying to balance social, physical, and intellectual needs or transformation, different types of experiences. So what you're doing when you're designing things is understanding the way the customer thinks about it, understanding the symbols that create value for customers, and developing a theme which allows you to communicate a film, to embed a person in the film. You're using artifacts and prompts, you're designing the service-scape. Fashion people studying fashion do this all the time. That's a design service. Direct attention to parts of the place. What do you want people to focus on? And co-create and involve people in the experience. Here are some particular examples from tourism. Here's, why would people want to pay money to be a rice farmer? Well, they do. They love it. What about when you're cooking? You've got not just the food, but actually learning how to cook. What about people being involved in farms and picking food? Children love it. Swimming with marine mammals, as long as you do it responsibly, and interaction with animals. So it is possible to interact with turtles in certain ways, which people love. You're thinking about symbols. So things that you look at and you think, that means love, or that means excitement. So how do you use those in your thing? Colors are important. And there's some differences in culture between what colors communicate. Red in Western countries means love or danger or desire. White means purity and simplicity and cleanliness. Whereas I think white in China might actually mean death. Not sure about that. Buildings, we've seen an example in Padang of wonderful buildings. Buildings communicate part of a story. This building, the Sydney Opera House, was built to reflect sailing ships on the Sydney Harbour and has become iconic. So there are different types of experience outcomes, different things that you're trying to deliver to people. It might be about extraordinariness, memorability, satisfaction, value, quality, or outcomes, psychological outcomes like attention restoration, being creativity, wellness and happiness, spirituality. There's many things that you can design and experience to deliver. Now, here we start to talk about the things which I think in your department, you have got some advantages. You see, if you want to design an experience, you need to you don't do it individually. You don't get someone to write a report. You instead get groups of people to work together on it. And those people need different skills. You need the designers from the fashion. You need the designers from the culinary arts or the beauty area. And you get them together because each person has a different approach, a different way of looking at the world. And you get them to talk together, often with customers, to design something which is unique and memorable. And I think that that's a great opportunity for the department. You think about the experience process. So you take the customer as an input, engage with them in a co-creation process, which creates outcomes, which then leads to memories. And what you're trying to do is influence this process using props or creating a stage, creating emotion, leading people to a particular outcome that you want. So there are a series of videos that we've made about this, which you might want to follow up. It's more related to tourism, but it's a resource which might get you thinking about how to create some of these things in Padang. Just, I mean, there is a academic aside to the design of experiences, which I haven't talked much about today. But you know, there are in everyday life, many of the things that we do, we don't remember. Some are remembered as quite ordinary. The issue in what we're talking about is how to create extraordinary, memorable, meaningful, or transformational experiences. And to do that, you need to think about novelty, about goals, about emotion, and so on. And you have to develop the competencies as a group to, including people from different disciplines, to work together to develop these experiences. You need to understand both the management and the customer perspective. You need collaboration between researchers and business managers and customers. And you need innovation and creativity. So look at your department. Involves hospitality, fashion, tourism, culinary, beauty, and all of those areas have this essence of design, perhaps, or innovation. And look at some of the things that you've got. You've got wonderful fashion, wonderful clothing. You've got wonderful food, beautiful landscape, some very interesting buildings, and cultural activities which are exciting and dramatic. So you turn those into, these become your service-scape. You use them to shape how a customer journey or a customer experience evolves. And you use your service-scape, that is the activities of staff and the features of the experience that you've got, maybe music, to influence this journey to make it more memorable. And to do that, you think about the various steps involved. These are these scenes that I've talked about in the movie, and you try and look at how you can influence people, perhaps by creating emotion, to create a consciously remembered experience, which is then sort of summarized in your mind after you leave as your remembered experience. So this leaves, this is academic, but there's two ways of thinking about experience. Experience is your remembered experience, or it's your experience that you're having now, not remembered. But both of these approaches can be explained by that diagram I've said. Here's an idea. I mean, this is just a little model that Tasky and Pism have developed of designing an experience-scape. That is a context or a business or a experience, and all the things, some of the things that you need to think about. What are the physical things that you've got to work with? How do they create thinking and emotion? How do you, what are the outcomes that you want? Happiness, well-being, etc. So we connect all those elements. It's not the elements themselves that you need to think about. You need to think about the effect of all those things on a particular person, how they respond to them, how they deal with them, what emotions do they have as a result of seeing that. So narrative creates drama, which creates emotions. A service-scape might create some atmosphere. Performance, seeing something, will create attention and perhaps emotion. Social interaction with other people leads to co-creation and attention. So there are many things that you can study. So I've talked about two things. I've talked about the design of experiences, but also I've started to talk about the theory or the way academics might study those experiences and write papers about them or do research as well. So many of the things that I've talked about are psychological in nature. If we're talking about emotions and feelings, there's some theory that you might want to. We're talking about beauty and mindfulness. Interesting. Transformation. Tourism. Tourism arguably is a way of experiencing novelty because it's defined as travel to an unusual environment. We talk about health and wellness. What causes that? Why do we talk about wellness? How do we become more well when we're going to a spa? That's a little bit because our mind and body interact. And there's some interesting discussions about that in the cognitive psychology literature. If we're talking about memories, what's a memory? How do we think back about things? Imagination, engagement. So there's lots of phenomena that from psychology that might help us to design better and valuable experiences. So that's my talk. I'm not sure if I've been talking for too long, but I'll hand back to the moderator now, and very happy to answer any questions. Hopefully I haven't spoken too quickly, and very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Noel. You're not too quickly. We are listen you very seriously, because this is, I think, that very interesting and valuable materials we got from your explanation and also from your expertise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I will not add another conclusion because the conclusion was already said, by Professor Noel. Now it's time for the next session, question and answer. So please, participants, all the committee, and maybe also from the another participant in this conference who want to ask some question, please write the question in the chat box, or maybe you can raise your hand and please host or co-host to help me to control for the audience who want to ask to directly to Professor Noel Scott. Okay, maybe while waiting for the question to Professor Noel, I would like to ask some question, Professor Noel.
Thank you. Yes, please go. I'm ready.
So just a new for me, this is the new experience. Facing for the meet for Professor now is new experience for me. What I want to ask is about the today in new normal era, and before of that, the problem is about the young generation. The young generation today, I found that not like my generation, because in my generation, while I still child or still young, I still play outside there. For example, like playing a kite. Sometimes I call it with the like marbles. In Padang we call it main kalereng. And then sometimes we play for jump to the river from the bridge and another activity outside. But today that I think that facing for the problem of the pandemic situation, the young generation very rarely we found that have an experience such as what I have got before that. So when we are want to make a package of the variables interesting for the industrial, what we should prepare and your suggestion. Thank you, Professor Nal.
Okay, so your question has a number of sort of parts to it. The first one is that millennials or younger. Are you a millennial, Arif, or are you how old are you?
I'm around 37.
37? You look so young.
Thank you very much.
doesn't everyone think he looks young? I think he looks wonderful. Anyway.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sure once you get all those cars, women will be flocking to meet you. But you don't buy too many cars. I'm being silly. Okay, so the second part, so you're 37, you're thinking about younger people who are maybe 20. You are a Gen Y? I'm not sure, maybe born before the millennials. People afterwards, the millennials, grew up in a time when social media was all around. They're what they call digital natives, and they certainly have different attitudes. For them, information is just available. You just grab information. It's on the WeChat. Sorry, it's on everywhere. So you don't. So they do think a bit differently. Now, for that group of people, your aim is to try and create more, make them more active. That is, be interested, have a goal of going outside and doing active things. Well, what was that game that people had where you put it on your phone and then you go around and you look for creatures? And do you know the one I mean? There was a game that people used to play. Do you know that, Arif?
Sorry, sir.
There was a game,
yes.
a computer-based game, or
yes.
a phone-based game that people would go around and try and find imaginary creatures. It was sort of like augmented reality. Can you remember that?
Yes, using the GPS for the move to another area.
That's right.
Okay.
And Pokemon. Yes, that's someone's
Pokemon.
Pokemon. So, well, that's an example of getting people outside, younger people outside, by creating an experience. Huh? So you don't necessarily, every generation is a little bit different and they think differently because of how they grew up. And the millennials are wealthier than their parents. They've got mobile phones, they're digital natives. So, but if you think about it and try and think about what type of activities they will want to do, then you can certainly design those experiences. There's some wonderful things I've seen. If you want to get people active, I've seen some examples where you have some steps. You know, in the subway, you have some steps. So what they do is they create that into a game. And each step plays a different sound. So if you walk up the steps, you hear like playing the piano. So you can then design an experience which is about doing activities and being fitter, but it's a game, you see. So there are some ideas that you can use to help get younger people outside, but you've got to understand, one, what motivates them, what they want to do, and secondly, work out a way to deliver it in a way they accept. That's experience design.
So it means it will not be extinct for the future. You just need to learn.
Well, I certainly hope not.
Okay, Professor Noel, we have Mrs. Linda here. She had a question to ask. Mrs. Linda, you can take the microphone to ask directly to Professor Noel, please. Mrs. Linda. Host, please unmute and give permit to Mrs. Linda to use the microphone.
Yes, we have unmute Mrs. Linda, Pak Arif. So, Mrs. Linda.
Okay, thank you. Very beautiful presentation, Professor. I interested in your presentations about experience scope. So there are a lot of component or indicator. So maybe you can explain how we adjust it so we can get the positive response from the traveler.
So the question was, how do we adapt something to get a positive response from from travelers? What do you want to adjust in particular? Is there anything, or just generally?
The experience scope, you have many experience scope.
Yeah, okay.
About sensory and etc.
Yeah. Well, and may I ask, Linda, what your area is? What do you teach or what do you study?
My major is in medical, actually, but I teach in beauty.
Wow, you're wonderful. So okay, so you can't design an experience just generally. You have to focus in on a particular group of customers and a particular activity or thing that you want them to do. So it's difficult for me to talk generally. But what you do is, let's say that you've got an existing product you want to turn into an experience. So what you might do is get a group of people together. You would get some customers. Often they are customers who are, you know, a little bit more innovative or interested in new ideas. And you would get some other people together, maybe people who are in the beauty area, or maybe they're in the tourism or hospitality, culinary area. You get a group of people and you get them and you start them talking about options or possibilities. And often at the start, it's brainstorming. So if you know what brainstorming is, it's just coming up with ideas, and your aim is to come up with 100 possible experiences that you could develop. 100 more, many as you can. You might look online and find out other places that people have designed experiences. You might talk to customers. You might talk to many people. And the idea is to generate lots of options and then start to think, well, of all of these things, what are some of the ideas which seem to offer the most possibility? And so you slowly narrow down from 100 to 50 to 20. You might end up with 10 options, and then you start to develop a feasibility study, a more practical example of how you would go on and develop it. So that's one way. I think, Linda, you've also got a question about, and in doing that, from I'm not sure if you have a medical background, that is a psychological background, but certainly the aim that if you want to create emotion, all you do is you understand what is important to people and what they want to achieve by undertaking an activity, and then help them to achieve that and go beyond, exceed their expectations. If you can do that, then you will create a positive emotion, and it will be a successful experience. But you design that, the servicescape and the experience, often in a sort of a group a situation. I see you're also interested in travel medicine. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is it in particular you're interested about travel medicine?
Well, actually, we are designing faculty in medicine here in UNP, but I think travel medicine is very interested to elaborate in our faculty. Maybe if we have already that faculty soon.
Yeah. Okay. Well, travel medicine. There are some people around the world who are involved in the study of travel medicine, and of course, there would be international organizations interested in travel medicine, insurance companies, for example, airlines and big companies like that. So there are options for developing travel medicine. It tends to be a bit of a specialist area, because until recently, it was always just an individual traveler problem. But now, of course, we've got COVID, and it's become much more, people receive it has received more attention. When you're talking about travel medicine, are you talking about medicine that treats, is it involved in surgery, or are you talking more about prevention before people go? You're muted, Linda.
Yeah, I think maybe prevention is better.
Yeah.
And cheaper.
Well, yes, of course. So I think so there are some people in Australia who are involved in travel medicine, and I'm sure if you were interested in developing that, you could talk to some of those people to find out what they're up to. In fact, I think there's a journal of travel medicine or something that I'm not sure if you found that. Have you made contact with?
Okay, maybe you would recommend name, maybe your in Australia.
Yeah, what I'll do, Linda, is I'll give you my email address, and you send me an email, and I'll try and find someone. I'm sure there are people around. It's not really my area, but it is. I do know that there are people in different countries who study travel medicine. There's also, of course, travel medicine from the supply side. So I was talking to someone the other day who was saying, well, maybe the people in Bali will develop, medical tourism, where people go to a place for medical purposes. That's another sort of aspect of travel medicine. But, it's, again, that's that really is a specialist area, and with a lot of competition, different countries have developed an expertise on aspects of medical tourism. And of course, then there's the health, spa and wellness segment, which is sort of related to medical tourism, but it's not using surgical procedures. It's more about the psychological and, you know, less hard medicine parts of medical tourism. So, interesting area, Linda.
Yeah, actually, we are developing spa also here in UNP.
So again, so that's a big industry, and there are many places around the world which have sort of specialized in that area. Some in Europe, some in, you know, in fact, spa tourism was one of the first reasons why people traveled in Europe. They went to these spas to both for social and for medical reasons. So yeah, and now with this experience economy side of things, the idea of some sort of spa and luxury treatment is wonderful. What I would encourage you to think about, you see, in many countries, there's a sort of traditional medical, traditional
treatment.
That's right. And
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen many in Indonesia. I'm sure there are, but I just don't, I'm not aware of them. You know, if you think about Thai massage, that's a particular style of massage, which is supposedly a traditional thing. And then there's, you know, meditation and things in Japan or in other places. And so what's the, you know, what is the Indonesian aspect of that? That's a very interesting question. I don't know.
Actually, in Padang, in West Sumatra, we have Batange. It's very traditional.
Oh, very interesting. What does, well, so perhaps so in tourism, a lot of it is about having a point of difference, having something that distinguishes your place from other places, makes you unique. And so having that particular style of traditional medicine associated with the region would be a good thing.
Okay.
So now, Linda, if that makes you rich, if you become rich and famous from that idea, you have to give me 10%, okay?
Okay, sure.
You promise?
Promise. Thank you very much.
Let's shake hands.
Okay.
All right.
Don't forget about me, sir. Maybe
No,
1%.
no, you don't get to know. Oh, 1%.
Okay.
1%.
1% is okay.
All right, and Linda, you have to give me 11% now.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Thanks, Linda.
Okay, very interesting. We have Professor Nell here. Is there any question, Mr. Ari? Any participant ask the question?
Yes, I think Pak Yudi will ask a questions and also one questions from Mr. Tommy.
Okay, please directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ari, and also Pak Ari. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Noel.
Good morning.
Semuanya disirah. My study focuses in tourism, and mostly all of the participants here is the lecturer in the several universities. So my question is related to about the tourism education. Because we are talking about the psychology of the culinary education and others. I just want to ask, on your perspective, how do we should build or arrange the curriculum based on, because today there are 3 streams that affect the tourism education. That is the digitalized, industrial revolution 4.0, sustainable development, and also the last is the pandemic COVID-19. It should the tourism education institutions should respond to be the digital skills, risk management skill, and grid skills. And my question is, the focus of the question is, what base should be the main base of us in developing or adapting this situation in our curriculum for the specific is psychology for all the field, culinary, fashion, and tourism. How do we shift? Because there are so many streams that affect the tourism education, and we also asked to receive the industrial needs. We also think about the sustainable development, also think about the industrial revolutions. So what should be the main base for us in adapting this era on your perspective? Because of us, so many of us is lecturer. Honestly, we less experienced in tourism industry. So what should we do? That's our witness, because we have a long time in the education as a lecturer and less experience in industries. I hope you can understand my questions.
Okay, so I think your question, it's Sukma, is that correct?
Yes.
So Sukma, so your question is, how do we teach, or how do we get students involved in teaching them about tourism? Is that right?
Yes. How do the student get involved, and what psychology, how to build the psychology, anything, because so many affect
all right.
the tourism.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, first of all, that it always amazes me how there is always someone who has studied. Sorry, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once, which is always bad, because I just realized I hadn't sent my email around. So that's for the last speaker. So I'm always amazed by any particular topic you can think about, any question that you have like yours, there will be, you might think you're the first person to think about that. But in fact, there have been generations and thousands of people who have tried to answer that same question, right? And there is actually a psychology, a branch of psychology about educational psychology. Right? I don't know much about it, but they seem to focus on the idea of challenge, of trying to challenge your students to develop. And for me, I think about, there are many different types of students. I don't think there's any one answer. So it's about, in any class, there's a range of people, from highly motivated people who are going to do well to people who are not particularly interested. And so I think the answer is to understand that there's different groups and tailor your lectures or your engagement with them to, on one hand, encourage people who are not particularly motivated, give them a goal, get them involved, right? And you might do that by giving each person a small reward for being engaging, for engaging in the class, and try and get them to see that it could be fun to learn, or that there's some personal benefit to them for learning, right? That's one group of people generally. The other group of people are usually fairly motivated and want to do well. And so for them, it's about giving them additional challenges or somehow extending them, giving them more challenge than they thought. So I think so Sukma, what do you teach?
Teaching tourism. Yeah.
Which one? Tourism?
Tourism.
Okay. Have you actually worked in the tourism industry?
No.
Ah.
Just in a short time.
Okay, so I tell you, there's another thing that I've found, that students of tourism often want people to display practical experience, right? And the more you can give them the academic knowledge and some insights into how it works, sort of like backroom knowledge, things that you don't read about in textbooks, the more they think that you are doing a good job. Okay, so one of the things you might want to do for yourself is to do a little bit of this is between writing papers and applying for research grants and doing your teaching. Apart from those things, you might want to also think about doing a little bit of work in a hotel, or work for the try and do some work for the local tourism department of tourism, right? Or the local regional tourist association. That can be really useful for you personally in being able to provide students with, you know, ideas about what's happening now, about opportunities for the students, for example, or current issues that are important, which makes it all seem more relevant and exciting rather than just an academic study. Does that make sense?
Yes, I got a key point here. So we need to build ourselves first to make the audience, our audience psychology, believe or not.
Yeah, you see, I did a very interesting graduate certificate of higher education, right? And the main message from this was that a lecturer should display the actions and behavior of the discipline that they're teaching. So it's not just about the knowledge. You should be able to be a tourism professional for your students, to talk and discuss things in a way which is the way a tourism person would do it. Do you understand? So, yes. And that's different from being an academic teaching things. So what I have found, I was lucky enough, I sort of became a tourism academic later in life, and I had already worked in business and in the tourism industry. It's a very strange career. I started off in chemistry, ended up in tourism. How do you do that? But the point is, I was able then to, when I talked to people, they felt they were receiving some sort of inside knowledge. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the things that students like, especially in an applied area like tourism. Practical examples, current things. And the other issue, the other thing that I would encourage you to think about as a methodology for teaching is to use case studies.
Yeah.
So case studies, I think, are interesting because they try and simulate a real world situation, but embody academic ideas as well. And I studied, I did an MBA at University of Warwick in England. And I was lucky enough to study it where the lecturers were using case studies. I found it fascinating. It really engaged me because I was sort of learning the academic principles, but I was developing my own thinking in how to address complicated problems. You know, so it was very interesting for me. So try a few things like that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, actually, Arif, unfortunately, I might have to go now because I've got another presentation on. So
Yes.
I apologize.
Yes, Professor Nel, before we are close this session, we invited our dean and also for the head of the committee, Ibu Ernawati and also Ibu Yuliana, to award the certificate symbolic to the Professor Nel.
Thank you.
Please join with us, Ibu Dekan, Ibu Ernawati, dan juga Ibu Yuliana. Oke. Pak Ari?
Yes, we kindly invite our Dean, Dr. Randa Ernawati, MPD, PhD, and also our chairman of this conference, Dr. Yuliana, SPMSE, to award this certificate to our wonderful presenters, our speakers, Professor Noel Scott. Yeah.
Good morning, Prof. Noel Scott.
Morning.
On behalf of the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, I would like to thank you for your wonderful presentation and your donation in helping people in Padang who are affected by the COVID-19. I have to see you in person in Padang. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Ernawati. I appreciate your kind words.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Erna. Professor Noel, for the last time, I would like to say thank you very much for your kindness, and also thank you very much for sharing knowledge with us. I hope that's become the more collaboration with us another maybe in one day. And for the last time, on behalf of Universitas Negeri Padang and also behalf on the conference committee and also our attendants, I would like to say to thank you very much to Professor Noel Scott. See you in the next time. Now, Professor Noel Scott.
Thanks, Arif, and I'm certainly looking to visiting Padang soon. The Australian government is talking about opening up our travel from Australia soon, and so it's likely to change to become much more free to travel by December this year. So, but I'm going to wait until the people flying planes have had some practice,
okay.
and then I'll be traveling again early next year. So I hope to see you then.
Okay, Mr. Professor Nel, we are welcoming you here. We are waiting for the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nel. See you at the next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, Arif, we move to the second speakers.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the second session. Our second keynote speaker is Honorable Professor Ganefri, PhD, as our rector. But before Professor Ganefri begin their speech, let me brief introduce our keynote speakers. Pak Ari, can you serve for the? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, wait a moment.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Before Professor Ganefri began their speech, let me briefly introduce our keynote speaker. Professor Ganefri PhD is our rector of Universitas Negeri Padang since 2016 until now. And this morning, he will be delivering a speech entitled with the tourism, pandemic, and new normal. For the educational background, Professor Ganefri completed his Bachelor of Technique at FPTK IKIP Padang in 1988 with the field of study electrical engineering education. And in 1996, he completed his Master's of Degree at Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Professor Ganefri earned his doctoral philosophy from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2011. Professor Ganefri publishing so many papers in the reputable referred journal article, but I cannot search for all the referred journal, but I will show that several for the last 5 years, such as developing an entrepreneurship model by using product-based learning approach in the vocational education, published by International Journal and Environmental. And then the effect of halal tourism destination program on socio-cultural characteristic toward education development in Lombok Timur district, published by Science and Environmental Journal of Postgraduate in 2018. And then family business succession of small medium enterprise and post-transition business performance, published by Asian Local Science at 2017. And then effectiveness of interactive instructional media on electrical circuit, published by International Journal of Engineering and Technology, Uni Emirat Arab 2018. And then a new image encryption technique combining Hill chipper method, Morse code, and least significant bit algorithm, published by Journal of Physics Conference Series 2018, and many more that I cannot describe that all of all because of constraint of the time. And from the scientific work activities, Professor Ganefri published a book such as Curriculum Pendidikan Kejuruan, Concept and Implementation, and book with the title of Rahasia Kewirausahaan with the publisher of Alpha Beta. And as a keynote speaker, Professor Ganefri also active in several conference international around the world, such as in the ASEAN Comparative Education Research Conference, Institute KWIS Kajang, Malaysia, and keynote speaker at International Symposium on the Fusion of Science and Technologies, Jeju, South Korea, and also keynote speaker at International Conference on Education, Mathematics, and Science, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Perak, Malaysia, and many more. That also because the limited of the time, I cannot explain that all of the curriculum vitae of Professor Ganefri, PhD. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ganefri to this keynote session. Professor Ganefri, stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, mendekati siang. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah yang Maha Kuasa. Hari ini kita masih diberikan kesehatan, kekuatan, dan kesempatan mengikuti kegiatan yang sangat penting yang hari ini dilaksanakan oleh kawan-kawan Fakultas Pariwisata Perhotelan International Conference keempat dalam bidang Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism. Atas nama pimpinan universitas, kami menyampaikan apresiasi yang secara berkala Fakultas Pariwisata dan Perhotelan Universitas Negeri Padang bisa terus melaksanakan kegiatan seminar internasional yang hari ini berhasil menghadirkan beberapa pakar dalam bidang pariwisata dari beberapa negara. Mudah-mudahan ini bermanfaat bagi sivitas akademika, mahasiswa, dan seluruh peserta yang mengikuti kegiatan seminar internasional ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya diminta oleh panitia untuk berbicara terkait dengan tourism, Pandemic and New Normal. Sebuah tema yang kami kira sesuatu yang sangat penting hari ini, di mana kita mengalami berbagai disruption terkait dengan dunia pariwisata dan perhotelan hari ini, dan berbagai inovasi-inovasi juga muncul dari penggiat-penggiat pariwisata. Izinkan saya untuk share screen. Ini topik yang diminta oleh panitia untuk saya sampaikan, yaitu tourism, pandemic, and new normal. Saya akan membagi outline daripada presentasi ini menjadi 4 bagian. Pertama, kondisi dunia pariwisata di Indonesia khususnya di masa pandemi COVID-19 hari ini. Yang kedua, terkait dengan model kegiatan pariwisata yang dilakukan, yang bisa kita lakukan di tengah-tengah pandemi COVID-19 ini. Kemudian, ya, new normal travelers, choice, pilihan wisata, pilihan wisatawan masa new normal, yang saya kira ini juga menjadi sebuah informasi yang penting bagi kita. Dan yang keempat nanti, bagaimana strategi bagi industri pariwisata di era new normal ini. Strategi for the tourism industry in the new normal era. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kondisi pariwisata di masa pandemi COVID-19 ini dari data-data yang kita peroleh, wisatawan mancanegara atau foreign tourism ini turun drastis ya, seiring pengurangan penerbangan internasional. Demikian juga turis domestik ya, atau wisatawan domestik turun drastis sejak pandemi dan akan semakin memburuk seiring penerapan social and physical distancing di setiap penerbangan. Kita melihat penerbangan di bandara internasional misalnya yang sampai puluhan lebih dari 40 kali satu hari, ya hari ini mungkin hanya 4-5 kali besar, dan itu pun pesawat diisi hanya separuhnya. Dan mereka menjaga physical distancing dengan berbagai persyaratan-persyaratan yang harus dipenuhi. Dan ini tentu juga membuat dalam proses kalau kita ingin melaksanakan wisata. Di samping itu, tahunnya kerja, khususnya sesuai dengan bidang studinya masing-masing. Dan tentu ini harus kita carikan solusinya. Tidak mungkin yang namanya pandemi ini bisa hilang secara instan, tetapi ini juga akan mengganggu. Persoalan-persoalan ini akan memakan waktu yang cukup lama. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kalau kita lihat ya, jumlah wisatawan mancanegara yang terus turun secara tajam, kalau secara historis misalnya, jumlah kedatangan wisatawan asing di bulan Februari umumnya mengalami penurunan sekitar 200.000 orang dari akhir tahun sebelumnya. Jadi kalau kita bandingkan dengan akhir tahun sebelumnya, ya memang terjadi penurunan sangat tajam. Nah, namun pada Februari 2020, wisatawan asing turun hingga 500.000 orang. Ini ketika awal-awal, ya, ini pandemi sudah memuncak. Ini kalau dibandingkan dari Desember 2019, ini data yang kita miliki dari CEIC ya, CEIC yang untuk kita olah. Kemudian juga jumlah wisatawan asing ini tercatat turun 29% dibandingkan dengan jumlah pada bulan Februari tahun 2019. Dan tentu ini Bapak dan Ibu, ya data-data ini harus menjadi pemicu bagi kita, bagaimana kita bisa mencarikan solusi agar industri pariwisata bisa bangkit kembali. Di samping itu, kalau kita lihat kondisi di awal pandemi, sebagai imbas dari berkurangnya wisatawan kalau kita lihat di hotel misalnya, tingkat okupansi hotel di Bali lah misalnya, di Bali karena Bali merupakan destinasi wisata dunia yang merupakan sesuatu yang cukup kita banggakan, itu menurun tajam dari 63% okupansinya di Desember 2019 turun menjadi 46% di Februari 2020. Angka ini tentu lebih rendah apabila dibandingkan dengan tingkat okupansi di Februari 2019 yang hampir rata-rata 56% tingkat hunian. Sebab itu ini merupakan sesuatu yang saya kira perlu menjadi perhatian kita semua. Dengan persoalan-persoalan yang ada hari ini, Bapak dan dari data-data yang kita miliki, mungkin diperlukan ya, model pariwisata di tengah pandemi. Bagaimana model pariwisata di tengah pandemi? Mungkin perlu kita membuat sebuah rumusan, sebuah perubahan. Kita harus bisa melakukan perubahan perilaku wisatawan dalam kegiatan berwisata, tourism behavior. Jadi kita harus merubah perilaku wisatawan dalam mereka melakukan aktivitas wisatanya. Dan ini tentu harus ada panduan, harus ada guidelines daripada kegiatan wisata yang dilakukan oleh para turis, ya, para pengunjung wisata atau para wisatawan. Dan tentu industri pariwisata harus mempersiapkan itu. Yang kedua, saya kira di tengah-tengah pandemi COVID ini, walaupun sudah menunjukkan level penurunan hari ini, tetapi ini kita tetap harus waspadai. Karena informasi dari Pak Menteri Pariwisata, Pak Menteri Kesehatan, bahwa di negara-negara di luar Indonesia itu sudah ada ditemukan varian-varian baru terhadap pandemi COVID ini. Dan ini tentu harus kita waspadai. Karena kalau tidak, tentu ini akan bisa masuk kembali ke tempat kita. Oleh sebab itu, Bapak dan Ibu, inovasi program wisata ini harus kita lakukan yang berbasis pada protokol kesehatan. Jadi harus ada new tourism program. Jadi health protocol based tourism program innovation ini harus kita lakukan. Harus ada inovasi program wisata berbasis protokol kesehatan. Kemudian kita harus mengoptimalkan, karena kalau kita harapkan kunjungan wisata hari ini dari luar negara, ini akan berisiko. Karena pandemi COVID ini, di negara-negara, ya di luar negara Indonesia ini, ya kita masih harus terus berwaspada, karena varian-varian baru itu bisa-bisa masuk ke Indonesia. Oleh sebab itu, orientasi kita untuk ke depan ini akan lebih memperkuat, mengandalkan wisatawan domestik. Jadi domestic tourism orientation. Jadi trennya itu, kecenderungannya itu, ya memang pilihan wisata masa pandemi ini mungkin akan lebih banyak kita akan berkunjung ke wisata-wisata alam. Nah, ini mungkin yang lebih baik. Karena wisata-wisata alam di ruang terbuka, tingkat risiko menularnya virus corona ini tentu akan lebih kecil, ya, lebih ringan, apalagi di daerah-daerah alam terbuka. Dan saya kira ini tentu memerlukan inovasi-inovasi dari kita. Sehingga model pariwisata di tengah pandemi ini, memang kita perlu lebih menekankan kepada domestic tourism orientation. Atau ya kita berorientasi kepada wisatawan domestik. Dan kita harapkan mereka itu pilihan wisatanya itu akan lebih banyak kepada alam, nature ya, nature tourism mission ya. Kemudian yang keempat, kita ya memang diperlukan government policies, ya, kebijakan daripada pemerintah. Ya. Jadi kita harus merujuk kepada kebijakan pemerintah selama pandemi ini. Jadi protokol kesehatan yang diterapkan oleh, yang dianjurkan oleh pemerintah, ini harus kita ikuti. Dan saya kira ini harus menjadi catatan bagi kita semua, agar industri pariwisata ini bisa bangkit kembali, dan dengan sendirinya kalau industri pariwisata bangkit, automatically industri perhotelan juga akan bangkit. Jadi model pariwisata di tengah pandemi ini, Bapak dan Ibu, adik-adik, anak-anak kami, mahasiswa, khususnya mahasiswa Fakultas Pariwisata Perhotelan, ya memang diperlukan, saya ulang kembali, diperlukan perubahan perilaku wisatawan ya dalam kegiatan wisata. Jadi tourism behaviors. Ya. Kemudian kita harus terus berusaha memikirkan inovasi program wisata berbasis protokol kesehatan, New Tourism Program. Dan yang ketiga, kita optimalkan domestic tourism orientation yang mengarah kepada wisata-wisata alam. Ini yang akan lebih banyak nanti akan digunakan. Artinya industri-industri pariwisata akan lebih banyak mempromosikan keberadaan wisata-wisata alam yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Yang saya kira ini juga menjadi salah satu keunggulan negara kita dengan keindahan Indonesia. Kemudian kita harus selalu ikut ya dengan kebijakan pemerintah terkait dengan protokol kesehatan yang harus diikuti selama pandemi. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, dilihat destinasi wisata saat new normal ini, ya saya kira memang ini sangat kita butuhkan, gitu, ya. Artinya ya wisata lokal atau domestik ini diproyeksikan bakal menjadi pilihan utama. Jadi memang wisata lokal seperti tadi modal pariwisata yang kita kembangkan ke depan, maka wisata lokal atau domestik diproyeksikan bakal menjadi pilihan utama berwisata bagi para wisatawan lokal di saat pandemi COVID-19 ini. Tentu COVID-19 ini sebagai faktor utama penentu keputusan dalam berwisata. Jadi apa yang menjadi dasar pemikiran bagi para wisatawan untuk menentukan tujuan atau destinasi mereka berwisata di era kondisi COVID-19 ini. Jadi era pandemi COVID ini saatnya ada sebuah era normalnya saat ini dan sampai kapan ini akan berlaku, tidak ada satu orang pun bisa mengatakan. Mudah-mudahan tentu kita mengajak, kita lihat hari ini dengan tidak bisa ya kita pungkiri bahwa faktor vaksinasi yang dilakukan oleh masyarakat ini juga memberikan dampak yang begitu luar biasa terhadap penekanan angka penularan COVID-19 ini. Oleh sebab itu kami ingin mengajak juga kepada seluruh hadirin yang ada hari ini yang belum vaksin, ya, yang belum vaksin, kita harapkan untuk segera melakukan vaksin karena sudah terbukti Pak dan Ibu ya, kondisi penurunan Sumatera Barat ke level 2 hari ini dan Indonesia secara keseluruhan ini tidak terlepas dari kebijakan pemerintah untuk mewajibkan masyarakatnya untuk melakukan vaksin sehingga kunjungan-kunjungan ke tempat hotel ya atau misalnya perjalanan dan sebagainya dipersyaratkan harus vaksin. Ini salah satu untuk kebijakan pemerintah untuk mempercepat ya vaksinasi ini. Oleh sebab itu kalau kita lihat ya, data dari US Travel Association bahwa 79% wisatawan akan mengubah rencana perjalanannya dalam 6 bulan mendatang. Ini karena pandemi. Kemudian 44% mengurangi perjalanan. Nah, kemudian kita lihat juga ya ada juga masyarakat 48% yang akan membatalkan perjalanannya karena pandemi dan 25% akan mengubah destinasi. Jadi 25% mereka akan will change ya. Akan mengubah destinasi yang lebih mudah dijangkau. Kemudian 12% akan mengganti 12% akan mengganti perjalanan internasionalnya ke domestik. Nah, ini yang seharusnya ini harus kita tekan, ya harusnya kita tingkatkan. Bagaimana yang semula masyarakat ingin wisata internasional, mereka bisa berubah pikiran untuk dengan kondisi pandemi ini, mereka berubah ke wisata lokal, ya, domestik. Jadi kondisi-kondisi ini adalah perilaku para wisatawan ya, yang disurvei oleh US Travel Association, yang saya kira juga bisa menjadi dasar bagi kita, ya. Jadi ini kan juga misalnya kita juga harus dorong saat ini bahwa perjalanan ke objek-objek wisata itu, ke daerah-daerah destinasi wisata itu harus normal, ya. Nah, maka ini wisata lokal atau domestik ini ke depan akan diproyeksikan menjadi sebuah unggulan. Jadi walaupun misalnya wabah virus COVID-19 ini mulai mereda. Jadi memang hasil survei US Travel Association ini menunjukkan bahwa COVID-19 ini sebagai faktor utama penentu keputusan dalam berwisata. Mungkin data ini juga bisa kita gunakan sebagai dasar bagi kita untuk industri pariwisata mengambil berbagai kebijakan. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, bagaimana kepercayaan daripada para wisatawan, ya, confidence tourism. Jadi memang ya mereka akan selalu mempertimbangkan, melihat pertama dari sisi ya apakah daerah itu memang betul-betul clean, ya, kemudian ya sehat, aman, ya, kemudian bagaimana ketahanan atau kondisi daripada lingkungannya, environment sustainability-nya. Dan saya kira ini juga menjadi salah satu confident tourism, ya, confident daripada wisata itu sendiri. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, bagaimana strategi bagi industri pariwisata di era new normal ini? Jadi yang kita anggap new normal itu ya inilah kondisi hari ini. Jadi kondisi hari ini, inilah normalnya. Kita dipaksa untuk hidup berdampingan dengan virus corona 19 ini, tetapi jangan sampai bersentuhan. Bagaimana caranya? Ya tentu ini harus kita ikuti. Anjuran daripada pemerintah, kebijakan dari pemerintah, dan juga kebijakan dari Badan Kesehatan Dunia misalnya, atau WHO, ya. Apa yang harus kita lakukan? Strategi apa yang harus kita lakukan bagi industri pariwisata di era ini? Yang pertama tentu kita harus memodifikasi tempat kerja, ya, dengan protokol kesehatan. Jadi ya ini harus kita lakukan. Sama juga kita sekarang di kampus juga kita menyesuaikan, memodifikasi, menjaga jarak, ya, mengatur lalu lintas perjalanan dan sebagainya. Kemudian menjalankan pemeriksaan kesehatan, ya, untuk pelaku ekonomi. Saya kira ini harus dilakukan. Sedangkan kita di kampus saja mau masuk dalam sebuah ruangan acara-acara conference misalnya secara luring, ya ini kita harus pastikan, ya, harus ada pemeriksaan kesehatan. Kemudian melakukan sertifikasi kesehatan industri pariwisata. Jadi ya saya kira carry out tourism industry, ya, health certification. Jadi melakukan sertifikasi kesehatan industri pariwisata ini perlu. Jadi kita pastikan bahwa objek wisata, tempat wisata kita itu memang aman, bersih, ya. Kemudian lingkungannya terbebas, ya. Kemudian yang keempat, kolaborasi between antar industri pariwisata dan masyarakat. Ini juga sangat penting kita lakukan. Mudah-mudahan ini juga akan merubah ya berbagai hal yang bisa meningkatkan kunjungan wisata, khususnya di wisata domestik, ya, yang tentu akan berdampak kepada peningkatan okupansi hotel, dan itu juga akan berdampak bagi mahasiswa kita, sehingga mahasiswa kita bisa kembali normal melaksanakan praktek lapangan di tempat-tempat pariwisata maupun di tempat-tempat dunia usaha dalam bidang kepariwisataan maupun di hotel-hotel. Jadi ini dampaknya panjang, ya, dampaknya panjang dan multi efek. Saya kira ini memang beberapa hal yang penting ya kita lakukan, dan mudah-mudahan Bapak dan Ibu, ya saya kira banyak pakar nih akan berbicara tentang kondisi dunia pariwisata dan perhotelan yang ada hari ini di berbagai negara tentunya. Bagi kita sendiri di Sumatera Barat yang merupakan salah satu destinasi wisata nasional, yang kita harapkan juga menjadi salah satu unggulan devisa bagi Sumatera Barat, ini terus meningkat. Ya, kita harapkan kunjungan wisata itu terus meningkat dengan terisinya kembali hotel-hotel yang ada di seluruh Sumatera Barat. Ini juga akan memberikan peluang bagi anak-anak kita, mahasiswa kita untuk bisa praktek normal kembali, sehingga mereka mendapatkan pengalaman kerja, pengalaman praktek yang sesuai dengan kondisi nyata, kondisi realnya. Dan inilah modal bagi mereka nanti setelah mereka menyelesaikan studinya di Fakultas Pariwisata Perhotelan. Saya kira ini hanya pemikiran-pemikiran sederhana, karena saya sendiri juga tidak pakar dalam bidang ini, tetapi kita punya referensi mengikuti ya berbagai hal terkait dengan perkembangan industri wisata yang ada di daerah kita, baik secara regional, nasional maupun internasional. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan, dan satu hal yang ingin saya ingatkan kepada kita semua yang hadir, ya. We have to live side by side with Corona, but don't not close. Jadi kita memang harus bisa hidup berdampingan dengan virus Corona. Jadi tidak bisa lagi, Bapak. Kita harus bisa hidup berdampingan dengan Corona ini, karena sampai kapan pandemi ini berakhir, kita tidak akan tahu. Tapi jangan sampai bersentuhan. Jadi, don't talk ya. Oleh sebab itu, ini harus menjadi perhatian kita semua. Apa solusinya? Tentu salah satu solusinya, kita harus mengikuti protokol kesehatan yang sudah dianjurkan oleh pemerintah, dan malah sudah diatur. Ya. Bagaimana kita dalam melakukan aktivitas di berbagai tempat mengikuti protokol kesehatan. Jadi sekali lagi, pandemi COVID ini kita tidak boleh menyerah. Kita harus bisa hidup berdampingan dengan virus corona, tetapi tidak boleh bersentuhan. Bagaimana caranya agar tidak bersentuhan? Ikuti protokol kesehatan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih Pak. Thank you Profesor Ganefri PhD. Yes, Pak Ari.
Certificate presentation to Pak Ganefri.
Oke. Oke, will be praised Pak Ari, Bu Dekan Pak Ari.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the next session, now is the award for certificate for Professor Ganefri PhD as our keynote speaker this today. Will be praised by our Dean, Ibu Ernawati PhD. Kepada Ibu dipersilakan.
Ya, terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada Bapak Rektor UNP yang sudah menyampaikan terkait dengan tema yang sudah diberikan oleh panitia. Semoga ini menjadi perhatian bagi kita semua terkait dengan pandemi COVID yang masih ada. Terima kasih Pak Rektor.
Oke.
Sekian Pak Arif ya.
Oke, thank you Bu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the next session, maybe we can have some conclusion by the speech of our rector. Some of the point we can highlight in the condition of Indonesian tourism or during the COVID-19 pandemic, from the data explained by Professor Ganefri, we need to build the model of tourism activities during pandemic, such as tourism behavior, new tourism program, domestic tourism orientation, and government policies that we need to know the new normal traveler choice to preparing the strategy for the tourism industry in the new normal era, such as a workplace modification with health protocol, or maybe carrying out health check for economic actors, carry out tourism industry health certification and collaboration between actors. And also tourism industry and the community make a collaboration. Maybe after this, we need to some of collaborations such as that before we have known about the pentahelix or maybe triple helix before to facing this problem to build new tourism orientation or model of tourism behavior and also innovation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the session 2. Now we are going to the part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the session with the keynote speaker is Honorable Muhammad Sazali MD Sarif PhD. But before Mr. Sazali PhD begin their speech, let me briefly introduce curriculum vitae of our keynote speaker. Professor Sazali MD Sarif PhD is head of Education Center Culinary Arts and Gastronomy, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Today, he will be delivering a speech entitled with Empowering Young Generation in Gastronomic Tourism through Ethnic Cultural. For the academic qualification, but I permit first to Professor Muhammad Sazali and greeting. Good morning, Muhammad Sazali Matsarif PhD. How I can call your name with the Mr. Sazali of Mr. Sarif? I'm sorry.
Yes, good morning. You can call me Muhammad Shazali or Shazali.
Okay.
Or
Mr.
even you can call me Chef also can.
A chef. Okay,
Yes,
that's interesting for me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sazali PhD. Today, Mr. Sazali PhD will be delivering a speech entitled with the Empowering Young Generation in Gastronomic Tourism through Ethnic Cultural Food. But before that, I will second for the academic qualification, Mr. Sazali PhD completed his diploma in chef training at Institute Teknologi Mara, Malaysia in 1994. And then in 2001, he completed his BBA, Human Resource from Institute Teknologi Mara, and he completed his Master of International Hospitality Management from Auckland, University of Technology, New Zealand in 2005. And he earned his PhD Hospitality Management from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia in 2018. Mr. Sazali PhD also have some publication. For example, that the publication that's a part of the book such as Culinary Arts, book first edition at 2006, publisher Fourth Dimension Studio, and also Culinary Arts book a second edition, publisher UPENA, UITM, and also Culinary Art 2, book second edition, publisher by UPENA, UITM, and also Ukiran Sayuran, publisher by UPENA, UITM, and Ukiran Buah 2008, UPENA, UITM, publisher UPENA. Mr. Sazali PhD publishing so many papers in the reportable reference journal article. I will show several for the last 5 years, such as traditional gastronomy knowledge transfer among Malay women and exploratory study journal of food service business research. The culinary and food science, it is integration via kitchen science module, cooking for passionate student towards science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. International Journal of Academic Research in Business and Social Science. And then food waste practice among Iranian students in Malaysia, International Journal of Academic Research in Business and Social Science, and many more. Mr. Zali also participated at proceeding and conference such as Kedah Heritage Foods, glutinous rice and rice-based food product, the third international conference on culinary, fashion, and beauty and tourism, ICCFBT 2020 last year. Still in the same occasion, maybe, and different moderator, maybe. And then the Continental of Family Tradition Food Business, the case of Salahuddin Bakri in Johor, the third international conference on culinary, fashion, beauty, and tourism, ICCFBT 2020, Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. Sustainable Campus Income Generation Initiative and Social Entrepreneurship at a Public University, HEMA, International Conference on a Quality of the Life Mahkota Hotel Melaka, Malaysia, 18 and until 19 March 2020. And then the modernization of Malay food ingredients, a qualitative investigation 2016 at the Taipei, Taiwan, and many more that I cannot describe all of this time, considering the time of constraint. So that's a short brief curriculum vitae for Mr. Sazali, PhD. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Sazali, MD Sarif, PhD, to this keynote session. Mr. Sazali, PhD, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arif. Assalamualaikum. Good morning to all participants. Okay, my name is Muhammad Shazali Sharif, and normally students will call me Chef. All right. So today I'm going to share about a topic called empowering young generation in gastronomic tourism through ethnic cultural food. Next. Okay, so for the introduction to gastronomic tourism, gastronomic has become one of the fundamental elements in choice of tourist destination. Okay, 17% of tourists have made culinary activities part of their travels as their main motivation in choosing their tourist destination. All right. So for your information, every $1,000 that tourists spend for their spending, 35%, which is 300 and 350 they spend for food. Yeah. This scenario have brought the birth of new tourist modality, the so-called gastronomic tourism. All right. Culinary tourism focuses on food products. Gastro-tourism extends beyond what we eat. It includes how we eat, where and when we eat, and the reason behind eating a particular food. It allowed food tourists and taste tracker to learn about the food in detail, just like the paddock to plate concept. Next. Okay, so what actually is gastronomic tourism? Okay, so gastronomic tourism is a type of tourism that is based on visiting food producer, food festival, restaurants, and special place in order to taste special type of food, to watch food being produced. Okay, it indirectly gives the gastronomic experience to the individuals. In short, the gastronomic experience could be defined as a result of the interaction of all processes that are activated in gastronomy, especially in ethnic cuisine, when it is realized that the kitchen contains a complexity that exceeds the functional facts of feeding. All right. With tourists being increasingly aware of the benefit of local produce or products, there is an increased desire to sample or to explore local dishes, foodstuff, and drinks of the country they visited. Okay, gastronomic tourism has led to the emergence of locals, food and drink, as well as increased interest in local food products to global market. Next. All right, now we go to the history of gastronomic tourism. All right, actually little is known about travelers' food. Okay, they may have taken some of their food with them. Okay, and the people always prepare it when they want to travel, but the supplies were unlikely to last more than a few days. Okay, so they rely on the hospitality of others, okay, or the country they visited, either during the journey of their destination. So tourists basically have no choice. They need to consume food supplied by the country they visited. All right, and gastronomic tourism as a behavior actually is not a 20th century phenomena. Okay, this is gastronomic tourism is not a current phenomena, whereby in many cases, okay, the reason for traveler was the food itself. Okay, if we look into the history, people will do war. Okay, they will fight each other just for spices. Okay, that's why we can find that the British, okay, come to Malaysia, they come to Indonesia and many countries. One of the reason is for food, other than other products. All right, which has a great economic value to the European nation. That's why actually last time, many years ago, people do travel for food. Why? Because they want to do a trading. Next. Okay. So we go to the development of gastronomic tourism. Okay. So local, for the local gastronomic has become an important tourist resource. Okay, according to Berg and Kupinen, okay, 2016, and now is part of the cultural heritage of the geographical area visited by the tourists. All right, and then therefore, gastronomy and tourism have a very close relation, which can be divided into 4 groups. All right, this is quote by Cheng and Huang, 2016. Number 1, food as part of a local culture. Okay. Number 2, food as a tourist attraction. And number 3, food as a tourist product. And last one, food as a tourist experience. So when we talk about food in tourism, there are 4 groups that we can include it in the tourism and food. All right, I repeat again. Number 1 is a food as part of local culture. Number 2 is food as a tourist attraction. Number 3, food as a tourist product. And number 4 is food as a tourist experience. Okay. So actually what I want to cover this morning is actually about food as part of the local culture. And we try to market it as a product for the young generation to market. Okay, and they also have 5 factors that contribute, okay, to the gastronomic tourism. Number one is the culture, religion influences. Number two is a social demographic factor. Number three is a food-related personality traits. Number four is an exposure effect or past experience. And number five is a motivational factor. So these are the factors that contribute actually to the gastronomic tourism. Okay, this is important for us to understand what make people actually come for the certain country just for food. So in this case, there are 5 factors which are already listed. Okay, in fact, food as important component both as an attraction and as the image of destination. Okay, food culture have also turned into an important attraction for the tour to visit a certain destination. Okay, and no doubt that's why 70% of tourists, they put food or culinary or gastronomic as their main for visiting certain country. Okay, and J.M. Burble 2019 discovered that the gastronomic motivation influenced the choice of tourist destination, and the gastronomic experience affect satisfaction. Furthermore, these tourists show a high level of satisfaction with the gastronomic offer of this destination, okay, which leading even to loyalty. All right, so if you look at the pictures here, okay, there is a book, okay, there is a catalog, then even they have a conference, okay, which cover on the food tourism, gastronomic tourism. Okay, and these are the example of the World Food Tourism Conference. So they have a World Food Tourism Conference just to discuss about the food tourism. Okay, so this is a good development, okay, example of how each country or the tourism sector are looking the food as one part of the factors tourists wanted to visit certain countries. Next. Okay, now it comes to the challenge in gastronomic tourism. Okay, is interesting to note that the WTO, World Tourism Association, okay, consider that gastronomic tourism is being insufficiently promoted. Okay, it's surprisingly to note that the World Tourism body, yeah, they consider the gastronomic tourism is insufficiently promoted. So what is this mean? Okay, this means that the gastronomic tourism have a very big opportunity in the future, because they found that it is insufficiently promoted. Okay, and furthermore, gastronomic is in the 3rd place among the motivations for which tourists decide to visit destination after cultural interest and nature. So that's why we consider the 3rd one after all the other factors for the tourists wanted to visit. Basically, people are focused on the special attraction that been covered. Then once they feel that they're hungry, then they will try to find a restaurant to fulfill their hunger. But what are going to happen next in the future, people will purposely come or visit a certain country just for the food. Yeah. And gastronomic tourism is not considered as a real motivation of the trip. Okay, limited budget, and that gastronomy is part of the cultural tourism. So that's why they don't put, previously they don't see that the gastronomic tourism by itself. Okay, that's why they put it on the number 3 reason. Yeah. So another thing about the challenges in the gastronomic tourism, okay, lack of involvement and exposure to the local community in venturing in gastronomic tourism. Okay, if you go to a certain country, you can see only a big company, okay, a big restaurant that promoted the gastronomy or the food products. Okay, actually the tourists, they love to taste the product came directly from the community. For example, like if they visit the homestay, and normally the homestay, they provide their own foods. So that is one way actually why tourists love to stay in homestay, just because they love the traditional food or the local food or the community food prepared by its community. So that's are the things that make the local community being put aside. Okay, and I think if the government or the people in charge give exposure to the local community or venturing into the gastronomic tourism, I think it will become better. Okay, because the tourists, they love to have the direct interaction with the community itself. Okay, next. Okay, so then we talk about the gastronomic tourism. Then we go into the ethnic cultural food. All right. Actually, and we look at the definition. Actually, what is ethnic group? Okay, ethnic group or ethnicity is a grouping of people who identify with each other on the basis of shared attributes that distinguish them from other groups, such as a common set of tradition, ancestry, language, history, society, culture, nation, religion, or social treatment with their residing area. Okay, and normally ethnic culture, if you look into each country, they have a very different ethnic. Like Indonesia, they have a Javanese, okay, they have Minang, okay, they have so many ethnic group. Okay, even in Malaysia, okay, we also have Javanese, we have Minang, we have Melayu, and then we have Banjar, and so many. But if you look into a particular country, for example, like Japan, okay, they don't know what are other ethnic available. Okay, if you are in US also, we don't know how many ethnic is available. So that's why sometimes when we talk about ethnic cultural food, people will look into the country. For example, like if you talk about Japan, people will put in mind, what do you think? Of course, they will put sushi as their cultural food, right? Okay. So like we talk about Indian, okay, for people from India, of course, they will look into biryani, okay, as their cultural food. Even now, people are so much on Korean food. Okay, I also last time, I don't know what is Korean food. Now I have many Korean food available in Malaysia. All right. So ethnicity exists only in a specific context. Okay. So it can base on the locality, or they can base on the locations, and it also can base on the country, like in Asia. Okay, we have Javanese. Javanese they have in Indonesia. They have Javanese also in Malaysia. They have also Javanese in Singapore. All right. Next. Okay, so what actually is ethnic culture food? Okay, so here ethnic foods are defined as a food originating from a heritage and culture of an ethnic group who use their knowledge of local ingredient of plants or animals sources. Okay, ethnic food depends on the geographic and cultural context in which the cuisine is found. Broadly speaking, ethnic foods are defined by other outsides of the respective ethnic groups as a cuisine originating from the heritage and culture of specific ethnic group. For example, Chinese food, Indian food, Thai food, Malay food, Indonesian food, Mexican food, Italian food, and etc. Only considered to be ethnic food outside of the respective country, as I mentioned earlier. However, the term ethnic food is ambiguous. Thus, in a broader sense, ethnic food can be defined as an ethnic group or a country cuisine that are culturally and socially accepted by consumers outside of the respective ethnic groups. Okay, for example, Greek food, Indian food, Italian food are also considered ethnic food outside of their own countries. Furthermore, food eaten by people of a different religion are also considered ethnic food. For example, traditional Buddhist cuisine, Christian cuisine, Muslim cuisine are also included in the category of ethnic food. Okay, today many people in developed countries tend to eat for pleasure rather than for survival. Therefore, whatever they eat, they want to consume food that have a story behind them. Okay, especially when they are also good for the body. Yeah, because now people are more educated, and of course they know about the good and bad on consuming food, especially when you talk about the processed food. People are very concerned. Now people prefer to have a fresh food. All right, so less processed product to consume. Okay, as a result, there is an increased interest in slow food. However, without understanding ethnic food and its origins, including the people, culture, and the region from which it comes, it is difficult to talk about slow food in greater depth. Okay, in narrow sense, ethnic food are defined as food originating from a heritage and culture. Okay, to illustrate, Hindu from India, Maori from New Zealand, and Maasai food from Kenya also consider an ethnic food. Next. Okay, so we go to the history of ethnic culture food. Okay, ethnic culture food are products prepared in a smaller or broader local societal group for a long time, and whose recipes have been prepared by word of mouth in writing from generation to generations. Okay, traditional food are symbolized culture heritage. Each traditional food has historical site and several expressions such as attitudes, value, behavior, and belief, which has made a heritage attraction. And traditional food is an identity of the country and also the community of groups. Okay, so as you can see in the picture here, okay, there are some traditional food, okay, which one there we have lemangs, and the other one we have pulut palas. Lemang and pulut palas is based from the glutinous rice, yeah, and they eat together with rendang. I believe that in Padang they are very famous with rendang, right? Okay. For your information, when we talk about the ethnic culture food, last time when they want to consume food, okay, they will look at the backyard. Whatever available at the backyard, they will make it and produce it as the food they want to consume of that day. So that's why previously people will only eat ulams. You know ulams? Ulam is like the green vegetables, okay, available in the backyard. Okay, for example, like we have pucuk ubi, we have the daun penggaga, and so many else. And sometimes if they stay near to the beach area, so they will consume ocean fish, all right? But if you stay in the center, so they will use ikan sungai. You know what is ikan sungai, or we call it ikan darat, like we have ikan keli and so on. Okay, next. Next, please.
Please. Okay.
Okay, next we go to the development. Yeah? Before that, the development of any cultural food. Okay, so the development of any cultural food, ethnic cultural food is now always associated with the culture, occasions held in the community. So what does this mean? For the ethnic foods nowadays, they only consume or they serve it when they have they have ethnic gathering, okay. For example, like the weddings, okay, or they have kenduri kesyukuran, and they have kenduri berkhatan, and they have an engagement ceremony. So normally they will prepare ethnic food, okay. But if you look at previous days, they use their ethnic food as their daily consumption. But nowadays, okay, people use the ethnic culture food as for the special occasion. Why? Because some foods, they consume time to prepare the products. So that's why even some for the celebration of Hari Raya, okay, for Shawwal celebration, sometimes, most of the time, they use the ethnic cultural food for the to serve for the guests or the family members. All right, and most ethnic culture food have become an heritage food due to its significance to the community. Okay, so the ethnic culture food, it become heritage because it already been practiced by many years. Okay, by many years and being passed down from one generation to other generation. So that why most of the ethnic culture food are nowadays called as a heritage food. Okay, and it have a potential to be commercialized and exported abroad. Unluckily, if you look at the slide, actually they should have pictures there. I don't know what happened with the pictures. So if we look at the pictures, actually there are some products which are a traditional food product, which already can be purchased from a tin or from a packet. Okay, so that means people don't need to cook. They can just open from the packet and they can serve. All right. But unfortunately, the pictures are not available in the
maybe the co-host can help that to bring the picture into the surprise. Pak Ari?
Okay, it's okay. So we go to the next.
It's not available. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go to the next.
Oh, internet, yeah. Okay, never mind. We proceed. Oh, this one also we don't have pictures, yeah.
Actually, the picture is dangerous in this crucial time.
Okay.
It's almost close to the lunchtime, maybe. No, I think that's because the connection was to some problem with the connection here.
Okay, it's okay. Small matter. All right. Now we go to the challenge of ethnic culture food. All right. So actually, many researchers have asserted that traditional food in many countries might cease or to exit. Yeah, that means it's going to be left out if the traditional food preparation and knowledge are not being passed down to the young generation. So these are one of the main challenge, okay, in the ethnic culture food, because young generation are being neglected, okay, on practicing the traditional food, okay, as addressed by United Nations, yeah, already addressed this, and also European Union in 2007 said that food culture heritage is currently on the verge of loss and diminishment on account of scarcity in the number of traditional food experience, whereby experienced practitioners, especially the senior generation, who have the role in passing the skill and knowledge to the young generation, had not done their job. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why we see the young generation are not being exposed, okay, with the traditional or ethnic cultural food, just because nowadays parents, especially mothers, are busy into the have their own career. Okay, previously mother mostly stay home, but now mothers also even work, similar like the father. All right, and then various scholars have enormous concern about continuing traditional food practice among the young generation, and suggested that awareness about traditional food should be crucially maintained, okay, their growth and use. And on the other hand, No et al. 2012 identified that traditional food practices are gradually being ignored, especially by the young people in Malaysia modern society. It is because convenient food offer fast result, This situation ultimately makes the youth unable to learn their own traditional food practices and eventually neglect them. Okay. So we go to the next slide. Sorry, I cannot show, you cannot see all the pictures that I share. Okay, now we go to the main thing here. Okay, the main point here is how we going to engage the young generation with the ethnic culture food in the gastronomic tourism. Okay, so it is a constructive effort in retaining the continuity of ethnic culture food through gastronomic by the ethnic young generation. Okay, and it's allowed ethnic culture food to be highlighted in line with the progress of the surrounding community. Indirectly, it maintains and promoting the identity of the ethnic community through its traditional food. And actually, it is very crucial, yeah, for the young generation to be involved or let them engage with the ethnic culture, because the young generation, they have a new blood. Okay, based from my experience, when we allowed the student to learn about the traditional food, and at the end of the day, we see they come with a tremendous new idea how to present the traditional food. All right, because the young generation, they know what actually they love, so they try to do put new things, especially in the presentation, in order to make the young generation also to attract and wanted to consume. All right, so the main problem here, actually, the young generation, we need to expose them, okay, with the knowledge. When based from my research previously, it shows that most of their parents, okay, they actually don't share the traditional food knowledge to their children. What they did is they say, you need to concentrate with your education. Okay, cooking, pass to mommy, mommy will serve you. So that is the reason why some young generation are being neglected to practice the traditional food. And actually, ethnic culture food, they have a very huge opportunity in gastronomic tourism. Okay, because nowadays, the tourists love to have a direct interaction with the community, especially when it comes to food, because they want to know how the food is being produced and how the food actually is started to be developed. All right, and of course, if you look at your traditional food based from your grandparents, okay, they actually have the stories, and each any cultural food, they have memories, okay, beyond the food itself. So that's why if you just go to the restaurant, they will just serve you the food. But if the tourist is being served by the people from the community, like example from the homestays people, they will story, or they will share the historic or the story beyond the food itself. All right, so it's actually is a very crucial to let the young generation to be promoting the ethnic culture food through the gastronomic tourism. Why? Because they are the new generation, and they will give a new blood to the traditional food in particular. Next. Okay. Okay, so we come to how actually it can be implemented. Okay, so this is not an easy task, okay, and it maybe consume times to do it. What I can see is parents should practice the ethnic culture food first. All right, if the family itself they don't practice, and how the kids want to follow. Okay, and each ethnic family and community should be proud of their ethnic culture food. Okay, not KFC, not McDonald's. Okay, we hope that during the Shawwal, in maybe in 10 or 20 years, hopefully, if we share the traditional knowledge to young generation, we will not see KFC products or McDonald's products or pizza products in our table for Shawwal, okay, for the Lebaran. Okay, so in order to ensure that each ethnic family need to be proud of their product. So how to be proud? We need to practice them all the time. Okay, otherwise we will see Pizza Hut, KFC in our table during Lebaran. Okay. Number 3 is to encourage young generation to participate in ethnic culture food preparation. Okay, this is very crucial, whereby if you don't pass the traditional, we don't pass the knowledge to the young generation, how could it practice or preserve the knowledge? Okay, based from my research, most young generation, they actually they actually will practice if they were being exposed with the knowledge. Okay, however, most family, even the ethnic community, they don't involve the young generation to participate, especially like if we have a feast, for example, like for the wedding ceremony in Malaysia, sometimes they do it together. They work together, prepare the food together, but sometimes, most of the time, we only see the senior community is there, but the young generation not participate in the food preparation. Okay, and then ethnic culture food should be able to be adapted or adjust in order to be practiced compatibly in line with the social and economic development. As you can see in the pictures, okay, those are the example of the traditional food which are already given a modern way of present. Okay, if you look at this, okay, of course the young generation would love to consume the food, okay, rather than you see the traditional way. So actually, when we do a traditional food, we can also be in line with the development or technology of the trend. Okay, traditional food can also follow with the trend. For example, like we cook rendang. Okay, last time in order to cook rendang, it takes up to 8 hours. Okay, my grandmother is from Bukit Tinggi, Padang, Indonesia, and she prepared her ancestors' recipe. It took 8 hours to prepare. Why it took 8 hours to prepare? Because they have to prepare it from scratch, and they have to use firewood. Okay, but this time it can be ready within 3 hours or 4 hours. Why? Because we have the convenient ingredient. For example, like the coconut milk. Okay, coconut milk, now we can purchase it ready. Okay, you no need to grate it from scratch. Okay, you can just purchase the milk, coconut milk. Okay, even for the meat, you no need to slaughter the cow. Okay, you just consume and you ask them to cut straightly, so it saves time. All right, So that is how actually the traditional food can be adjusted, okay, follow with the trend and the technology of the day. All right, so next. Conclusion. So as a conclusion, all right, what I can say here is a huge opportunity for the young generation involvement in the gastronomic tourism. Very, very huge opportunity. All right, because based from my experience, visit Indonesia, visit Vietnam, Thailand, even in Malaysia, people who involved with traditional food, okay, is a senior community or the older generation. I hardly to find the young generation involved with the traditional food, okay, which actually can contribute to the gastronomic tourism. So Catholic agent for the continuity of the cultural food is the young generation. In order for this any cultural food to be sustained is by allowing the young generation to be participant. Otherwise, we can see that the traditional food will be abandoned. Yeah. And also, I also can conclude that encourage the entrepreneurship prospect among the young generation through the ethnic culture food. This also is a good idea in order to let the young generation in participating in the gastronomic tourism. Okay. And lastly, increase the visibility of the ethnic culture food products through the lens of the gastronomic tourism. As you all know that by hook or by crook, the tourists whoever stay in the country, they still need food. All right. So with a good marketing strategy, with nowadays we have all the social media, actually there is a very good opportunity for the ethnic culture food to be exposed not only in their country, but also it can be exported, okay, to other country, okay, because of using the media. Last time people don't know about the rendang, but nowadays people know. People in almost country, okay, who use social media, they know rendang, they know satay. All right. So because of the marketing from the social media, I think there is a very wise opportunity for the ethnic culture food to be involved in the gastronomic tourism and also to be export in overseas. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sazali, PSD. I think this is a very interesting and valuable material we get from your explanation and also from your expertise. And from this speech, I can highlight several points, such as 5 factors to contribute to the development of gastronomic tourism as a cultural or religious influence, socio-demographic factors, food-related personality trait, exposure effect or experience, motivational factor, and also challenge in ethnic cultural food become more important factors that we need to be concerned about, because the ethnic cultural food is ignored by maybe not ignore, maybe become more ignored if we are not educate them from right now, I think, by younger generation. On the point of that, we can concern is about ethnic cultural food, so be able to adapt or adjust it to let it practice compatibly in line with the social and economic development. I think this is very interesting topic. We have here, Mr. Sazali, we have already several questions.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Shoot. You
Okay.
can shoot it now.
Okay. Okay. First, from Ibu Dr. Yuliana, yeah. Maybe Pak Ari, can we bring the audience to the surface into ask directly microphone or just read for the platform, Pak Ari?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Arif.
Yes, Juliana. Yeah.
Oh, very wonderful presentation, Mr. Azali. Thank you. I like traditional food. Very, I like, yeah. Traditional food is very interesting, especially from the Malay nation, Indonesia or Malaysia, right? How is the acceptance of Western or European nation toward traditional Malay food, doctor? And one of the problem with traditional food is that they have a low shelf life or are easily damaged. Now, what is the best way to handle these traditional foods? Thank you, doctor.
Okay. Number one, I luckily I have experience. Okay, do a food promotion in overseas. I have experience doing a food promotion in New Zealand, in US, in New York, and even I do it in cruise. Even do a food promotion in cruise. And actually, what the feedback I get from the Westerner, they say that our food is very, very tasty. Okay, why tasty? Because we have used lemongrass. Okay, we use of ginger, and then we use of the cumins. All that, all the herb and spices we put into one. And we do, it give flavor to the products. So that's why once the Westerner eat our products, their eyes will bulge. Okay, because it's very tasty. Western people normally they just use salt and pepper for their seasoning. Okay, for our people we have many seasoning which came from herb and spices. All right. So that is one thing. What is your second question just now? Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Yuliana, Dr. Yuliana asked about the packaging. Maybe some of the food easily damaged. Maybe the package or low shelf life for the food. When we are doing that export import, maybe that's some trouble with the packaging, so become more damaged. Do you have any idea about this when we are produce traditional food?
In Malaysia, we do have a product, a traditional product like rendang and sambal tumis, which already doing in packet or in can even. What they did was for the packet, they use a retard. Okay, they use retard technology in order to sustain, and normally it lasts for 1 year. Okay, 1 year for the retard product, normally it will last for 1 year, even the canned products. So we do have a product like rendang as well. We have produced and put in the packet. Okay, they pack in the packaging. And they use a retard technology.
Is that
so it's available actually even being export in New York, even in England.
Is that influence for the taste or the quality maybe, or reduce the nutrition?
Okay, so basically rendang is still rendang. All right, when we say rendang, when we eat, we know that is rendang because Rendang, they have a basic flavor. For example, we must taste the taste of lemongrass, we must taste of the galangal and all that. All right. So when based from my experience, when I taste the product from the package, when they pack the traditional food, I don't see any different. Okay, it's still the same actually.
Okay. Ibu Ileana?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bu Ileana, for the question and very interesting answer by the Mr. Muhammad Sazali, PhD. Now we are going to the second question. The second question bring up surprise with the Ibu Dr. Siti Fatimah. Ibu Dr. Siti Fatimah, did you still with us in this platform?
Maybe you can read the questions from the Dean of Faculty of Social Science, Pak.
Sorry, Pari, I cannot hear you clearly.
Yeah, I think she's not around, but you can read the questions
okay.
for her.
Okay. I will read this question. Yeah. Traditional food is very interested by tourism, especially Minangkabau food. But today, many young generation maybe cannot now how to do it. Yeah, maybe not knowing well about the traditional food of Minangkabau because of the gurus of the generation, like the young generation, modern city like this. So how about the solution on your experience and also of your expertise let happen to the Melayu or Malaysian traditional food to apply that to the young generation? Thank you.
Okay, if you ask about the government people, they will always say that it's lack of promotion. Okay, if you ask me, actually it's not lack of promotion. Actually, it's been lacked by the family members, because traditional food actually it came from the family members first. Okay, like you are from the Minang people, so the Minang should eat Minang products. All right. If the family itself consume KFC, McDonald's all the time, so how the kids will follow your Minang products? All right. So if you ask me, actually, each parent should play their parts. They cannot give it to the government. If every family they force the children to consume and practice the traditional food, I don't think that is the problem. Even me, for if I when I doing my masters in New Zealand, of course I wanted to eat my ethnic food, and of course I cannot find it in New Zealand, so I have to cook it. Okay, when I cook it and I give to the other Malaysian students, of course, because they don't know how to cook our Malay food, so of course they will find me. So from there, automatically they already opportunity for me to sell the product to the Malaysian student in New Zealand. Okay, so to give your answer is I recommend each family members have to play their roles in order to transmit the traditional knowledge to their children. Is mandatory. Okay, then the government can come in and promote the traditional food. Government cannot promote because there is no takers. The young generation are not being educated well on the traditional food. So how the government want to promote if there is no takers who wanted to produce the traditional food? All right. I hope it's answer your question. Yeah.
Yes, I'm agree with you, Mr. Sazali, PhD. That's maybe start it from the family first, and then from the school. I think that's because that we saw that in the several Europe country that he used that some event such as the festival culinary for the students at the weekends. So he now that's what the traditional food used by the young generation. It has still happen in Malaysia, such as
yes,
the
Yeah, it still happen. Even in our college, we still put the Western cooking skill as the first as the main thing to learn. Okay, and we put the traditional food, the Malay traditional food, as the secondary. So people, when we ask students to prepare chicken chop, to prepare steak, to prepare pizza, they are very fast to do it. But when we ask them to do satay, okay, to prepare rendang, so they will start, mingle how to do it, because they know that it takes time to prepare.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sazali, for the second question has will be answered by you. Now we are going to the third question. Actually, we have several questions. Is Bayu Aryawan want to ask with the right hand, but before we are going to the Bayu Aryawan, we are going to the third question at platform here by Ibu Rahmi Holinesti. Ibu Rahmi Holinesti, you are still here with our host. Please help to unmute the microphone by Ibu Rahmi Holinesti.
Yes.
Oke, terima kasih.
Wait a minute. Sorry, Mr. Bayu Aryawan. Maybe Ibu Harami Holinesti first.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And then your turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Please, Ibu Rahmi Holinesti.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for the time. Mr. Sazali, it's an interesting presentation today. What we are talking about the traditional foods into continental or Western food to serve to other people. But now I want to ask you how you motivate your students in your study program to achieve good creativity in gastronomic practice in your campus. Maybe especially give some experience for us to teach students also with the good methods that you have given to your students. So we can do the same here just to improve our students' motivation and creativity. Thank you.
Ari, can you repeat her question, please, once again?
Okay.
What are the main questions?
Okay, the mind of the question from Ibu Rahmi Holinesti, if I'm not mistaken, that's how to motivate the student in your study program at the University of Mara to achieve good creativity in gastronomic practice. Yeah, so we can maybe learn or impact it to our student here at Universitas Negeri Padang, achieve good creativity. Yeah, especially about the in gastronomic practice.
Okay, so we have several methods here. Number one, we encourage them to participate in a competition. Okay, sometimes we create, every semester we create a competition. Okay, so that when we do the competition and we ask the student to come and watch. So that is one way to give them an idea. Actually, when we talk about culinary, so this is very skillful. Is a very skillful things that the student must have. Even if the student just learn basic, actually they cannot gain the knowledge well. So it have to come with practice. So one way that we do is in order for them to practice whatever they learn, sometimes we do a competition. Okay, we organize a competition. And another thing, every time we have class, we will give them, there is a mark. Okay, there is a mark of their of the product they produce, and we don't keep the marks, and we show them the marks how they get out of 10. Okay, for example, like they get 5, so we tell them why they get 5. So from there, the student from week to week, they will improve and they will see their marks on the spot. So then we can compare their marks every week. So what happened? Last week you get 5, but this week you get 4. So that is one way for us to encourage the student to work more hard or to be more creative. And the problem when we talk about the traditional food, we actually don't emphasize on the presentation. So like us, we put presentation also, we put as a main point in order to give good marks for each product presented to us. So the presentation of the food also play an important role, because when we ask them for deco or modify the garnishing for the traditional food, normally the young generation, we have so tremendous ideas of doing it. Okay, but the most important, we need to trust them and we need to always encourage the student. The problem when for the culinary lecturers, they are very so hard with the student. So sometimes we must have to have a soft skill in order to nurture the interest of cooking. Yeah, especially when it involve the male students.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sazali. Bring back to Ibu Rahmi Holinesti, SDN Fibber, or any question?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rahmi Holinesti. Now, we are going to the last question by Bayu Aryawan. Please, Mr. Bayu Aryawan.
Okay, Pak. Is sound good?
Yes, yes, it's good. Yeah.
Ya.
From Halu Eleo Kendari.
Terima
ya,
kasih
Sulawesi Tenggara.
Kesempatannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Saya Ahmad Bayu Aryawan, mahasiswa S2 Peternakan, program Pasca Sarjana Universitas Halu Oleo Kendari, Sulawesi Tenggara. Bayu mohon izin menyampaikan pertanyaan dalam bahasa Malay Indo. Seperti kita ketahui bersama bahwa beberapa tahun terakhir nih atau beberapa waktu lalu tuh ada kebijakan dari pemerintah melalui Menteri BUMN Pak Erick Thohir terkait tentang penutupan McDonald di Sarinah saat awal pandemi kemarin. Beliau menyarankan kepada pihak untuk tetap membuka dengan syarat harus ada unsur perpaduan lokal, ya, artinya unsur tradisional dalam lokal yang bisa dibilang merupakan tradisional dalam suatu pangan. Jadi ini pertanyaannya seperti ini, apakah proporsi seimbang perpaduan lokal dan modern itu bisa menghapus kelestarian pangan dalam membentuk tradisional suatu daerah? Begitu juga kalau lebih sedikit mengutamakan unsur lokal dalam produk modern seperti kasus McDonald. Terima kasih banyak. Syukran wa jazakumullah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam cinta dari ujung kandang. Salam pariwisata, salam pelajar Pancasila, salam keluarga Malaysia.
Luar biasa. Terima kasih Saudara Bayu Aryawan dari Kendari. Oke, Muhammad Sazali, please give your comment. Maybe in Malayu, it's okay.
Should I reveal in Malay or in English?
Maybe in Malay because he perhaps you to answer in Malay.
Okay.
Terserah saja Pak. Terserah saja Pak.
Di Malaysia kita pun ada McDonald, kita ada KFC. Okey, contohnya macam McDonald di Malaysia sudah lama ada burgernya yang berperisa rendang. Okey, sosnya digunakan sebagai rendang. Ya, dan ada juga pizza yang dia gunakan intinya rendang ataupun sate sebagai dia punya filling. Okey, tapi kalau tanya pada saya, sebenarnya benda itu tidak memberi kesan yang signifikan, okey, kepada produk masyarakat setempat sebab ia tidak melibatkan masyarakat itu sendiri. Okey, kalau untuk melibatkan masyarakat itu sendiri seperti yang saya katakan tadi, ia perlulah ada penglibatan itu secara direct, okey, terus menerus daripada masyarakat setempat. Sebab itulah saya mengatakan tadi macam gastronomic tourism to cultural ethnic food amat sesuai digunakan, maksudnya diambil peluang itu oleh masyarakat setempat di mana masyarakat itu nanti boleh berinteraksi direct bersama turis-turis yang hadir. Ya, So kalau kita benarkan macam cases yang dicakap tadi berkenaan dengan di bahagian sana katanya McDonald disuruh untuk melibatkan masyarakat, sebenarnya ia tidak melibatkan masyarakat, dia hanya melibatkan menu sahaja. Ia tidak melibatkan masyarakat sebenarnya. Ya, itu adalah jawapan saya lah. Okey.
Oke, terima kasih Mr. Muhammad Sazali. Bagaimana Saudara Bayu Aryawan?
Ya Pak, ya memang benar ya kalau di masyarakat itu di kasus itu memang yang terkait itu menunya sama juga di masalah yang terjadi pada kebijakan BUMN melalui Menteri Pak Erik itu untuk memasukkan unsur lokal dalam produk tersebut. Tapi kita menanya yang ditanyakan seperti ini. Kalau sekiranya mereka tetap mempertahankan produk modern McDonald itu, McD ya, apakah kalau dia tidak bersedia untuk melakukan produk lokal, sama saja kita mengabaikan kelestarian kita, bukan mengabaikan kelestarian, istilahnya kayak sudah pudar masalah kelestarian kita, karena Indonesia dan kita semua Melayu, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, ya kecuali Singapura, karena Singapura tuh kecil tapi ada anggrek-anggrek itu kaya dengan berbagai keragaman culinary yang luar biasa, ya. Di situ kita memastikan kalau ada produk makanan kita sudah digemari masyarakat, maka sudah tentulah kita sebagai masyarakat sudah memahaminya. Tapi bagaimana kalau misalnya suatu perusahaan itu tidak bersedia, ya? Apakah juga akan mengurangi kelestarian atau bahkan sudah pudar tuh? Artinya dia tetap mempertahankan unsur modernity. Ya, karena kalau di kalangan kritik itu istilahnya adalah capitalism. Itu saja.
Oke.
Okey, mudah saja ya. Sebenarnya kita ambil kepada simbolik pokok. Okey, suatu pokok yang besar, dia tidak boleh jadi besar kalau akarnya enggak kukuh, betul tak? Okey, dia kena akarnya. Maksudnya untuk membesarkan satu pokok itu, dia punya akarnya kena kukuh. Macam mana akar tu nak kukuh? Maknanya ia perlu mendapat tanah yang bagus, air yang secukupnya dan dibajain. Okey, so untuk kes kita yang ini, saya tetap mengatakan bahawa peranan ibu bapa itu, ya, peranan ahli keluarga itu perlu memainkan peranan. Macam mana pun kalau semuanya dimainkan peranan oleh ahli keluarga, maka makanan tradisi itu tidak akan pupus. Okey, McDonald pun ataupun KFC pun dia tidak boleh mengatasinya sekiranya benda itu diamalkan oleh masyarakat itu sendiri. Masalahnya sekarang ini, kalau ditanya kepada yang muda-muda ni, adakah mak kamu masak di rumah? Kebanyakan kata enggak. Semua beli di kedai, murah, cepat. Ya, itu masalahnya. So masalahnya sekarang ni masyarakat itu sendiri, terutama yang siapa ada anak-anak ataupun ibu bapa kena memainkan peranan bertanggungjawab untuk menyalurkan atau mempraktiskan makanan tradisi ini atau makanan warisan keluarga ini kepada anak-anak. Ya, saya sendiri, anak saya yang ada lelaki dan perempuan, memang saya utamakan itu. So sekarang ni kalau saya balik, saya kata saya mau makan nasi lemak. Dia sudah tahu dah macam mana nak bikin. Sebab kita sudah paksa dia untuk buat. Ya, sebab tu saya balik kepada soalan pokoknya. Apabila kita ingin menyemai pokok, kita kena jaga akarnya. Ya, kalau yang ini, kalau akarnya kuat, macam manalah begitu besarlah syarikat KFC, McDonald yang datang, kalau akarnya kuat, insya-Allah dia tidak akan rebah ya. Sebab akarnya kuat.
Okey, terima kasih Mr.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak.
Ya, terima kasih juga Mr. Bayu Aryawan. Kalau saya tidak cut nanti akan menjadi panjang ya. Nanti mungkin di lain kesempatan ya, Saudara Bayu Aryawan. But the point is right by Muhammad Sazali PhD. The root is that by family. Ya, started from family, because that child never know what there was there happen in the future. Why? Because the near or environment not never enterprise that what he should need from the child. Jadi the problem is still the root of the family, all of the aspect, build the character, build the core value, and also build that's what he want to build to another occasion. I think it's enough for this session and very interesting from the Mr. Sazali PhD. And before we are going to close this session, honorables to Ibu Dr. Juliana, please come to award the certificate. Pari.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Muhammad Ghazali, for your wonderful presentation. Okay.
Yeah, this is the certificate award proudly present to.
Please read it. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dokter.
Ya, terima kasih kembali.
Terima kasih, Dr. Ghazali.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hope you enjoy, ya. Hope you enjoy the presentation.
Yes, we are enjoying the presentation.
Enjoy. Yes, very enjoy.
Besides that, we are enjoy the presentation. We are for the greatest with the picture of your show that on your presentation, because that almost the lunch time. All of the participant around 150% here. I think and believe that hunger and hungry right now. Maybe after this we can take a lunch together by virtual. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sazali PhD. Behalf on Universitas Negeri Padang and behalf on conference committee, and also for the all attendants, I would like to thank you very much to Mr. Sazali PhD. And also I would like to conclude this session. If any mistake from me, that's as I'll become the moderator, apologies to me. And for the all of the audience, thank you very much. I pass this session again back to the host, Mr. Pasaribu. I am as moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Mr. Sazali.
Thank you very much, Pak Arif, for moderating this morning plenary session, and also moderating the Muhammad Sazali PhD. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break. We will have a break. Before, we would like to present the certificate for our moderator, for Pak Arif. We invite our conference chairman, Dr. Diana SPMSE, to present the certification.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arif Adrian, the best moderator today. Thank you, makasih banyak, Pak Arif.
Terima kasih, Bu Ilana. Terima kasih, Pak Ari dan komite. Terima kasih.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break and we will get back to this same Zoom link at 1:30 p.m. at the Jakarta time. We will still have two more wonderful invited speakers from Malaysia talking about the vision design, also the educations. So enjoy your lunch, and we will meet again at 1:30 p.m. at Jakarta time.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With 1,000,000 timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru ujungnya Bamega, Bamega, Bamana Purdi Salakara, Bamana Purdi Salakara. Batamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, Samalayang iman bidadara, Samalayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang 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 si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang sajojo sajojo yumanam komi sabapare samuna muna muna keke samuna muna muna keke soleram 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 anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya kampuanan jauh di Mato Gunung San sebaku liliang takkan ajo kawan-kawan lamu sangke basuh yang sulia. Tak lelo 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 ledo sak mana ojo pijar nangis anakku sing ayu rupane tetia pandekare bangsa.
Bangsa Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia kekuasaan, dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno Hatta.
iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Hitam batin lekudo ngobala, pasangan bendi bugi lamo. Urang malihat ai sana, kosanko pulo awak nantunyo. Urang malihat ai sana, kosanko pulo awak nantunyo. Onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Ramilah urang kapat suku, rami de anak muda muda. Tasiro darah sidado, masobok jo jando lamo. Tasiro darah sidado, masobok jo jando lamo. Onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Kudo kancan jandi lacu. Onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Onde onde iyo bugi lamo, mainkanlah bugi lamoku. Hitam batin lekudo ngobala, pasangan bendi bugi lamo. Urang malihat ai sana, kosanko
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru ujungnya Bamega, Bamega mana di Samangkarang, mana di Samangkarang. Batamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara Semalayang, iman bidadara Semalayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang. Sajojo Yumadam kobi sabapare samuna muna muna keke samuna muna muna keke. Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya. Kampuanan jauh di Batu, Kunwangsan sebaku lilian, takkan ajo kawan-kawan alamu, sangke basuh yang suria.
Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Good afternoon. We would like to say hello to our speakers for this afternoon session. Associate Professor Dr. Arasambin Kamis. Good afternoon, Professor.
Ari,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Your
Okay,
voice
thank
is
you.
very clear. Yeah. And we would like to greeting our other speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Rosita Muhammad Tarin. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ari. Sorry.
Hello, how are you? Yeah, it's okay, Professor. So you will share your screen, Dr. Asina, your presentation.
All right. You want me to share the screen or the host want to send share the screen?
I think better for you to share the screen, so you can move to the next slide if you want.
All right. Thank you.
All right, sure. Maybe later on after the moderator introduce your or brief your curriculum. So once we would like to welcome to all invited speakers, authors and participants to the second plenary session of this World International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the second session, this plenary session on the fourth international conference of Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism, ICCFBT 2021. This second plenary session will be by our moderator today. We would like to invite Dr. Linda Rosalina Mbiomed as our moderator. The time is yours.
Okay, terima kasih Pak Ari. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, deans and vice deans of other faculties, invited speakers, distinguished guests and participants of the fourth International Web Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism. Alhamdulillah, we have the chance to meet in this virtual room in this afternoon for the second sessions. We fully understanding that hosting virtual meeting provide us new opportunities as well as new challenges, especially in managing presenters, participants, and presentation schedules and the use of technologies. Online learning, internet, digitalizations, globalizations are common words today. The massive implementation of IT simplified many business services, education, and support many inventions, regulation, and adaptations. In West Sumatra, we, similar to the rest of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented disruptions to higher education with a rapid transition to mass online teaching. So let's near to our topics today. We will talk about teaching in higher educations and challenge for technical professions, innovations, and reflection on traditional professions. Please allow me to introduce our speakers. We will have two beautiful speakers, smart and energetic ladies. Let me allow me to invite Ibu Associate Professor Dr. Arasinah binti Kamis, which will deliver about teaching psychomotor skills in blended environment in the new normal era. Ibu Arasinah is from University Putra Malaysia with technical vocational education in 2015 and master in 2010 and bachelor in 1998. Okay, Ibu Arasinah, you may deliver the speech for about 50 minutes and answer and questions about 15 minutes. The stage is yours.
Can you see the
Yes.
our slide? Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for our moderator for this evening. So actually, this is actually my presentation is more on teaching. Because my background also in the teaching, but specifically in a fashion and also in a beauty and also in cosmetology, cosmetology, sorry, the pronunciation. So basically it's actually in, we can discuss or you can ask or chat. If you have any question, you can write in the chat. And then also you can interrupt me. I'm happy to answer any of your questions as we go along. So actually my topic is actually there's very, very specific in, especially in technical and vocational education. It's more on psychomotor skill. So I will try to make it short and try to share with you a little bit of my experience in teaching psychomotor skills, especially in blended learning. In nowadays situation in the new normal era. And also we can I will discuss about the effectiveness of teaching psychomotor skills, and also some issues that we are facing nowadays. So for the topics today, I will covering a few topics. It's actually very short topic. It's regarding the synchronous and asynchronous learning. And second topic is about teaching and learning psychomotor skills. And the third one is the effectiveness psychomotor skill, teaching in psychomotor skills in normal era. And then the last one is about the issues, some issues that we are now facing regarding the new norm. So for the first introduction is actually more on, as we know in March 2020, all higher education institution and also all the education system globally. We are now focused actually in our education system and also in a higher education system, they're forced to close their doors to and then quickly pivot to virtual instruction and also teaching and learning as well. And the meaning that teaching and learning will be accomplished in the online environment as a whole. And however, the global pandemic demand exploration of a new perspective and method of instruction and give opportunity to all the students as also and educators to explore everything in technology purposes. And also many academicians, they need to find creative ways to continue to deliver high quality education using new modalities and also learning strategies using the technologies. And with its focus on psychomotor skills development in all fields, especially in technical and vocational education, and of course, our team also regarding the culinary, fashion, beauty, and also in the tourist, which is all as we know that we use psychomotor skill to delivery or teacher, a student need to learn competency and need to what do you call it, they need to competence in psychomotor skills. And I'm focused on psychomotor skill development in the field which is created specific challenges to learning, especially in all virtual environment. So now I go to the one by one. It's about synchronous and asynchronous learning, which is synchronous learning activities, which is I'm focusing on synchronous e-learning, which is as we know, student interact with a live trainer or instructor or educators with other students, and learning specifically in synchronous learning is in schedule and as a fixed start time, end time, and its learning processes is more on is a linear processes. And actually some of the method that actually the educators or teachers or students using for the synchronous learning, it's face-to-face classroom, for example, which is in a physical classroom, or field trips, or they work in the labs or in the workshop. And another other methods, so they use live online, which is virtual learning, and also using the webinar specifically. And actually synchronous learning, student will learn at the same time, communication happen in a real time, and possibly more engaging and effectiveness of learning within the two participants and two-way communication. And also in synchronous learning, they allow the for instead feedbacks and clarification. And sometimes in synchronous learning also will involve coaching and also mentoring purposes, which is coaching with the instructors and also with the learners and also students. And then I go for the next one is the synchronous learning activities, which is synchronous activities is more on student learns in a different times, and the communication is not live, and possibly more convenient and more flexible to both educators, instructors, and also students. And this asynchronous e-learning allows students to work on their own pace. For example, using emails, screencasts, Flipgrids, videos, blogs, blog posts, and the comments, and so on. And normally, the learners and also educators will use multimedia such as video stream, broadcast, and it's actually involves in the distance learning. And sometimes they use CD rooms or DVD to the sources to learn. And other one is they use web-based learning, which is using internet, self-paced tutorial, simulation, and all types of gamings that available in all the free. We can get the games available in the websites. You can download free. And another one is the more on synchronized learning activities, is more on supported. Perform support is based on which educators or teachers will manage all the knowledge that covering all this specific cognitive level of the domain. And also we can support it with mobile or wireless, and then the performance of the support. And another one is the next topic is about the teaching and learning psychomotor skills. All right, okay. Actually, in the teaching and learning psychomotor skill is the concept of blended. As we know as blended is a different names. We can call as a different name as a hybrid, blended, mix, or mixed learning, which is blended. It's actually itself is a generally wide accepted as an integrated approach to learning with traditional face-to-face approaches, and which is supported through website or online computers. And also, so students will construct their own knowledge with various sources such as textbooks, journals, CD-ROMs, videos, television, websites, social media, blogs, and so on. So actually, in learning psychomotor skills, students will allow to watch videos repeatedly, and they can use supplemental videos to know better about how the psychomotor skill will be taught, and they have time to develop their own videos, and they create their own videos to record all the technical skill, all the psychomotor skill that they learn for the purposes of in the courses that will need it for them to record. And also blended learning, especially in vocational and technical education, which is based on specifically with a blended learning model, which is student can learn anytime, anywhere, and they can access material repeatedly. They do exercise and discuss, communicate with teachers outside of online learning hours. Through or via the internet, student also can get more material both face-to-face and online. And blended learning model in technical vocational education also is based on 21st century learning, which is that occur in which vocational education, which contain various, they have a various competency such as critical thinking, able to solve the problem, creative skills, innovative, and others. And in addition, the transformation of teaching and learning activities in the industrial 4.0, such as data literacy, technology literacy, and human literacy. And all that is actually related to cognitive as a long order thinking and high order thinking. And there are setting of learning synchronized and asynchronized learning, which is that includes face-to-face learning in class and also in online. Okay, and there are also collaboration discussion through projects, interaction, evaluation, and then various learning resources that can stimulate students. And actually in teaching and learning for specific in psychomotor skill, students need to be, they need to practice. The more they practice, the more they can expert from that specific psychomotor skill. For example, for my subject, I teach sewing or fashion design classes, and also in a beauty courses, for example, in massaging, body massaging. So I allow students to watch videos that are given to them, repeatedly watch. They need to know the step of the massaging. For example, body massaging. For each part of our body, they learn how the process, what is the type of the massaging that they need to learn, and then they can repeat the video. And then this is beneficial for children if let's say the teachers or educators will record the video, and then after that student create their own videos, and then they need to practice. All right. Okay. And then another one is the in the online learning in the blended environment, video discussion box is very important for students because they have interaction each for them to support each other and try to discuss what is the lacking in the videos and so on. Right. And then the benefit of learning psychomotor in the blended learning also is actually create the independent spirit with the student, will make students more adaptable, focus on learning, they're able to complete all assignments and increase learning achievement. All right. There is a few sounds in my office here. Sorry. All right, I will continue. Okay, actually blended learning model is actually introduced by by Khan 2005, which is they call Khan's octagonal framework, which is contain pedagogical, technological, ethical, institution, resource support, management, and also evaluation. All right, so okay, I go to the next topic. The third topic is regarding the effectiveness. The effectiveness of psychomotor teaching, teaching or learning psychomotor skills in blended environment in this new era, actually normal era, is first one is more on focusing on psychomotor skill development, which is adequate practice and feedback to be effective in the performance of skill, and actually additionally practice that took place through recording and re-recording videos. And another benefit of the psychomotor skill is actually benefit for the repetition of the video recording, which is the ability for students to observe and critique their performance. And then from the additional practice and feedback, and also repeating video recording also give them control of when and how frequently to practice. The more they practice, the more they can be more competent. And the second one is the instructor feedback, which is involve individualized attention from the instructor. Actually, it's a rare opportunity in the virtual classroom, as it is in the traditional outside classroom with a large cohort of students. So in a student, actually from instructor feedback, student value the time and ability to have their own individual question and answer in an environment. It's actually more conductive to asking question, and then in a large group, of consequently some come prepared with well-focused question. So actually coaching session, after the instructor feedback, coaching session is very important, which is create environment and where it's comfortable to make mistakes, and which is very important for social presences and engagement, and plenty of time for students and also the educators to give feedback for them. And from the instructor feedback actually provide immediate and purposeful feedback to all the students, and also it is create a platform for dialogue for all the peers, whereby the student had the opportunity to engage for each other and engage with the instructor with in a discussion about the feedback, and then to help clarify everything, expectation, and resolve all the misunderstandings. And the third one is provide peer feedback, which is articulating constructive feedback, which is for students to reflect on their own performance and also view others. With the viewing others video also give them a realistic sense of their progress compared to their peers, and provide examples of where and how to improve their skills. And from the peer feedback also, actually it's peer feedback is actually from student to student, and also although student will only require to watch one peer video of their friends, which may speak to students' perceived value of watching their peers' performance. So they will share and discuss about the video, and then they will compare each other. And also from the peer feedback, you will provide opportunities to them to reflect on action and provide critique to other peers, and provide excellent opportunity for self-assessment of skills, and give a yardstick of students to measure their own performance. And the fourth one is receiving peer feedback. Actually provide peer feedback also, actually peer feedback and provide and receive peer feedback is actually the same thing. But receiving peer feedback is actually novice peer feedback capture different perspective. Actually is better than the advice from the experienced instructor or teachers. And there may have been variation in engagement in peer feedback from different students, and then consulting in few students perceiving peer feedback as a valuable. And the last, the fifth one is a coaching session. Coaching session, as I mentioned before, is very important, which is an academic coach has been defined actually as what do you call it? A person assigned to facilitate learners achieving their fullest potential. And then coaches work with the learner by evaluating performance via views of objective, a few of objective assessment, and then assisting the learner to identify their needs and create a plans to achieve all the objective, and help learners to be accountable. And actually in a coaching session also, student recruit, the student can recruit family members or their roommates, and either perform the skill living during the coaching session, or share pre-record videos of themselves performing the skill with the participant or with their peers. And students also maybe receive feedbacks, and they can receive feedbacks and coaching from the instructors, and will give the opportunity to them to ask questions and discuss a trajectory of to improve their psychomotor skill. All right. And for example, in coaching session also, teachers or educators will give instruction first, and also of course in psychomotor skill they need a rubrics, the list of rubrics before the learning activities. And after all the students complete their first coaching session is actually online or so on the first set of skill, they will meet with other teachers or educators to practice the second skill maybe. And that one is the only suggestion in the same format. And then maybe the time spent in the virtual labs or workshop for the student about 40 minutes in a total. So they will reflect in the coaching session, they will reflect that they benefit from hearing about the ways how to improve the skill that may have not emerged from the instruction of their video as alone, and learning to provide constructive feedback in a person to other peers is a very important aspect in the learning processes, and that will a nice addition actually to the models in blended learning models in technical vocational education, and built from the first course provide written peers and then feedback in the discussion board. Okay, the last one is the effectiveness in the teaching and learning and blended learning is discussion board and reflection. This is also very important, and I always encourage students to discuss in board and reflect their own performance, especially after incorporating feedback from the coaching session. Student will require to post a video of themselves performance skills to a discussion board by the next day, and will construct to review and post the feedback to at least one student's videos. So they discuss in discussion board and they reflect their own performance, and they will also assign to post a written reflection and how they would use the peer feedbacks they receive on their own videos to improve their performance. And student will actually graded on the quality of the content of their peer feedbacks from the peer feedbacks and self-reflection discussion. Boards also in the board post when you using rubrics, and also receive written feedback from the instructor and teachers as well. So the last one is regarding the issues teaching and learning and psychomotor skill in blended environment in the new norm era, which is it's about related with the technologies, which is as we know that laboratories, workshop classes are performed in a real setup that will not be practically during this pandemic. And however, virtual labs, remote control workshop, or video-based lab are very good choices when students are not physically located at campus. So in otherwise, is simulation tools and virtual reality are used, and remote labs or workshop allow the undertaking of experiment through the internet. So we basically, some of the medic student and also we also in technical vocational involve the labs, also workshop. And experiment will going through the internet, whereas video-based activities provide a step-by-step the overview of real lab so that student can actually visualize the whole experiment processes, the whole of the activities regarding the psychomotor skill or technical skill and its environment through videos. And actually virtual laboratories through are as equally effective as traditional laboratories, and also I believe it will increase student knowledge and understanding as they facilitate active and also inquiry-based learning. Okay, when we talk about the inquiry-based learning, actually inquiry-based learning is often more effective than traditional based learning, because that method are recognized as learning by discover, interacting more effectively with peers and also tutors, and maintaining student acquisition for the laboratories work, right? So, okay, this is the I finished all my slides. For this is only for the refreshment. Okay, the refreshment is actually when we think, what do you think, what do you want kids to do with technologies? Actually student or also kids, especially we have kids in house, and then try to set setting our mindset, and try to look from the different lens. When the student use technologies, or the kids, actually sometimes as educators, as instructors, right? Some we need them to produce videos, always to produce videos, and then develops apps, and then use whiteboard, and then make freezies, start blogs, and then play games regarding the based on the educational games. Actually, technology is only a tool, it's not a learning outcome. So the right answer is actually when kids involved with technology, we want them to start conversation with their peers, not only sit in front of the computers until morning in the night, and then nothing to do, just play anything. Yeah, right. So another one is we want them to find the answer to their question themselves and try to make friends, join partners, change minds, and take action, and then make a difference regarding for using the technologies. Okay, this is from William Horton, which is he said that unless you get instructional designs right, technology can only increase the speed and certainty of failure. So it is very important to to make a plan as an educator or teachers. If not, you can make an excuse for and then we also need to focus in what is the student needs instead of in their thought, and this is very important. And also this is all kinds of technologies that nowadays that all of us we are using it, and try to shift your mind so we can manage all the technologies actually. And don't prepare student for something, but prepare them for anything. But because nowadays as we know that majority of our kids and also our students also, they don't care actually about the test. All right. And then we as an educator don't expect a miracle will happen, and then try to change our pedagogies, our instructional design technologies, and then our instructional design technology will lift up the wall and only focusing on learning. Okay, this is what is the Michael Fullen created. It's about the SMR model, which is pedagogy is the driver, technology is the escalator. So actually we know that we are not depending all fully in the technologies, but don't focus on technology only, but focus in learning. Why? Because we have pedagogy, we have a lot of pedagogy, and technology is actually only a tools. And try to think about where you can grow and get great teaching strategies. Right. So of course what do we call it, I try to explain about this slide. Try to meet your stakeholders where they are, because stakeholders is very important to our institution, is actually especially in educational higher education, which is try to communicate with our stakeholders, try to communicate and open the gates, and try to we need to know what is actually stakeholder needs and what tools they actually use, and try to find the right tools for our students, for our kids today, because our kids today they all use lots of things, and then they explore a lot of things regarding the technologies. They use Snapchat, IG, WhatsApp, TikTok, and so on. I also don't know what kind of the media that they use, and then they can rank their ability, the usability of that technologies also. And the power, as we know that the power of social media is very strong nowadays, and try to communicate with our stakeholders because we want to know what they want actually. So as a conclusion, Actually, in the pandemic has resulted in global disruption of the higher education system, especially in education system, and also they have a lot of challenges for, especially in technical professional education, but they have a lot of benefits and also provide the opportunity for innovation and reflection of traditional teaching method, especially in for educators, instructor, and also for the student. We now know how to communicate with other people from the from the other places, and also just using our devices and our laptop instead of we have all the connection and wireless and so on. So as education system continue to navigate uncertain and evolving education and clinical chain, and also it has a potential for application in future blended and also hybrid models in our university in UPS also, and I think in other university also in the Indonesia also in. They also try to teaching and learning. They try to implement the hybrid models now. We started from last semester actually hybrid model because of this pandemic. So we try to cater all the certain things of regarding the technologies, and also how to improve our communication, our teaching and learning with the student during the pandemic. Right, and then the coaching, of course, the coaching session is very important. Actually, we could be easily adapted to hybrid and also traditional technical profession curricula, and may have we call anti-grogigal benefit by increasing educator feedback, also field feedbacks, and they have a lot of opportunities also, and allow for greater practice and reflection necessary for development of clinical reasoning. So I think that's all. Thank you very much. I pass the floor to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Arasina. Actually, Ibu Harasina sudah pernah juga memberikan kuliah juga kepada mahasiswa di jurusan Tata Rias dan Kecantikan. Okay, we invite participants to ask questions to our speakers this afternoon. Silakan ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak, partisipan. Kalau ada pertanyaan boleh silakan di chat box atau langsung kepada narasumber kita. Rasanya beliau welcome in Indonesia ya, in bahasa.
Ya, boleh.
Oke, silakan.
Can I have one question, please?
Oke. Name, please.
Ya, Ali Bulenda.
Ya. Silakan, Pak.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Arasina, for your great presentation. I'm quite new with the education because my education background is not from education studies, but actually I am from the tourism. So my question is about the current conditions of towards the pandemic or normal era. As we know that students are not allowed for coming to the campus, and they can learn through the e-learning system, especially for our students as the vocational students in hotel management. So actually they are required to conduct 60% for practical and 40% of theory. In your perspective or your opinion, I think there are some weaknesses learning through technologies like e-learning or learning system that have. So what is the best solution in order to achieve the 6% practicum vocational students like our students in the hotel management. I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Very good question. Actually, we facing the same issues. Based on the question, I understand that actually 60% is actually same with our university also. Most of the courses needed fulfill the 60 for the assignment as actually for the psychomotor skill and also all the assignment. And another 40% is actually more on take-home assessment that we call now in the pandemic. Previously is we call final exam, right? All right. So actually it's very difficult for educators and also for the student also. For the educators, it's difficult for us to teach how to teach student this psychomotor skill. For example, as I mentioned before, I teach sewing or fashion design classes or massaging, body massaging. It's very difficult for me to teach a student because I need them to know all the processes, the steps of the massaging for each part of the bodies. So what I do is actually what I did is actually I record all the videos. Sometimes I give them a supplementary videos and ask them in classes. Is actually the short classes is 1 hour classes only. It's different with face to face. Actually, in theory, we have two hours classes, but in in virtual nowadays we only conducted only one hour. So in 1 hour, actually for 15 minutes of the video, it's actually equivalent to 1.5 hours of the classes, virtual classes. So that one is calculated by our universities from the academic department, which they actually centralize in our department, our academic department in our university, which is I just prepare 14 minutes of the videos. For example, for massaging, for example, I don't know how to give example for hospitality because I'm not in the hospitality and also tourism. So I give example from my subject, so courses. So I just try to make it short, the video for 14 minutes, because as long as the video it's make it more complicated and student can't understand actually. I just need to focus what kind of equipment that the student needs to be prepared, what kind of the step, the equipment and what kind of the step, the procedure to massage actually one part of the body. For example, for the legs, so we start from the hand and then the bodies, the back and the front and then the leg. For example, I start from the hand and then try to make it short, the videos, just focusing on the steps. So this is the first step. The first step, maybe all of the educators here is from the beauty, maybe they know this first step is infralarge steps, for example, infralarge. So I just focusing on infralarge. So, and then the second one is for vibration. For example, it's actually 4 or 5 steps only for massaging only. And the step is also the same. You can apply with other parts of the body. So the next one is only 50 minutes, and then the classes for 1 hour, I just give the video and then give them the supplementary videos. But only I teach the video, I show the video is only for the basic massaging. So if they want to explore, the student want to explore more about the skills of massaging for all parts of the body, they can refer the supplementary of the video. So the supplementary of the video, I just put in all in my Padlet, so student can go through and go repeatedly watch the video anytime, anywhere, and then they can watch anytime. So actually, and then I give the assignment to achieve the outcome of objective assessment. Only, okay, I give example, the videos for hand, but I want them to make the same videos to create their the videos also the same video, but massaging in leg, for example. So just use the 5 steps of massaging and then try to practice, because psychomotor skill is actually more on practicing. As I mentioned before, you need to practice, and then you can cover all you can expert on that competencies. And then record the video, the only 5 steps, but in different parts of the body. And then only 14 minutes, not more than that. Because if I have 15 students, you just imagine how long that I want to give the marks from the rubrics form, right? So physical psychomotor skill, we need the rubric form to give them the marks. So that one is actually how I did for my classes. Actually, in our courses also, I think they use the same thing, because we can face to face, because of the pandemic. All the labs, all the workshop closed. So now in this semester, we have half of our student come back from the come back to the university. So we apply a hybrid, which is half of my student will go to the labs, to the saloon labs, and then half of them through online, but in the same time. But they need to watch how I demonstrate, how I demonstrate the massaging, for example, the makeups and so on. So they need to focus. So it's actually very benefit for a student who are in a campus. They can come and then see face to face for me. And also as a lecturer, I also it's easy for me to face to teach them the psychomotor skill rather than individual, because individual every weeks I need to record. But luckily last year I tried to I also try to improve my video. Some of my video, actually, sometimes I like a certain part of things, and then maybe it's too short, and maybe the student can understand. Sometimes I receive evaluation form from the student towards the end of the semester. They said that the video, they can understand the video is not very clear and so on. Every semester I try to improve the video, and actually it's beneficial for me also. I try to improve myself. I try to improve my teaching, and I try to use another media to make my video more comfortable, more effectively, and more interactive. Yeah. That's what I did. Is that I answered the question?
I would like to clarify. So does your campus provide any recording studio to record the tutorial video you are making?
Okay, actually, before the pandemic, we have a 9 faculty in UPSI, 9 faculty, which each faculty they have a smart classroom. Which is smart classroom is actually before pandemic. Actually, it's not very smart, but we try to make it smart after we face the pandemic situation now. And then each faculty now they try our vice chancellor try to complete the smart classroom. But actually, the smart classroom is cannot all the students cannot go in the smart classroom for the lecture for the same times. But we try to make it that smart classroom. They have a lot of things, technologies that they use nowadays. They try to use hybrid, which is the room is very actually quite big, and then they can divide by 2, which is if my student only 25% student. So they make it the divider from the classroom, and then we have a big screen. It's like a cinema screen. So which is, for example, half of my student is online and another half is in the campus. So the screen of the big screen, they can see all the through the 360 degrees. So there is a quite our university spend a lot of money to make that room actually convenient to all the student, and also they try to get technologies nowadays that we know that technologies is very fast. Today is the different devices, and maybe next year, next month, they come with the other advanced technology. So we try to our faculty, each faculty try to make it. But normally now, 1 year before, in 2020, even though we have a smart classroom, but the facilities or the technology is not complete. But now it's actually more complete. It's actually 80% complete with the technologies, but it's not very advanced. But we have lots of vendor, which is we hire a vendor to make it that smart classroom is become a smart. So nowadays, actually, we use our own because the room is actually not complete, not 100% complete. So we try to make it a more convenient classroom. So only for that one is only for theory courses, theory classes, not for labs. We don't have actually labs for physical psychomotor skill for labs or for workshop. For example, we have a lots of workshop here. We have automotive workshop. We have furniture workshop and so on. We also have a kitchen. On that particular labs, we actually not yet for the smart classroom or smart lab.
Thank you, Bu Linda.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ari. Thank you Ibu Aryasina. In chat box we can see there is a questions from Bapak Ahmad Bayu Aryawan. Bapak Ahmad Bayu berkenan bertanya langsung, dipersilahkan.
Baik, suara Bayu terdengar kembali Ibu.
Jelas sekali, silahkan.
Ya, Bu. Terima kasih banyak Bu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam untuk keluarga Malaysia. Saya Ahmad Bayu Aryawan, mahasiswa S2 Peternakan, program Pasca Sarjana Universitas Halu Oleo Kendari, Sulawesi Tenggara, Indonesia. Bayu mohon izin bertanya kepada Ibu Kamis dalam bahasa Indo-Malay. Selama ini waktu itu Bayu melakukan praktikum tentang pembuatan bakso di rumah. Alhamdulillah Bayu dibantu sama ibunya Bayu waktu itu, dan dalam skala waktu masih Ramadan awal pandemi. Di situ Bayu sudah mengetahui bahwa tingkat kemandirian kita itu harus harus dipacu, karena kalau membantu dengan sendiri itu membutuhkan banyak tantangan, di mana tenaga kerja itu harus berperan dalam menciptakan produk yang bermanfaat, ya melalui dengan membuat video. Dan alhamdulillah ibunya Bayu itu minta tolong buat video, tetapi dengan skala adanya, karena buat video sendiri itu Bayu tidak membutuhkan tripod, tidak membutuhkan apa-apa alat yang digunakan. Jadi sebenarnya selain itu banyak juga safety peralatan ya, termasuk masalah kompor, karena Bayu itu kalau mau membuat misalnya Indomie ya, Bayu itu menjauhi kompor, karena kalau dekat kompor aja di saat nyala itu dekat mata sudah parah kesehatan mata. Jadi apakah ini sudah cukup untuk bisa membentuk produk yang dapat diaplikasikan ke masyarakat seperti itu apabila menggunakan tutorial video? Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Bayu. Saya mungkin kurang faham dengan soalannya, tapi nanti mungkin moderator Linda mungkin boleh.
Ya Bu, mohon maaf kalau Bayu kurang paham.
Ya.
Nggak apa-apa Bu.
Maksudnya begitu ya. Maksudnya contoh sebagai contoh untuk di fakultis kami ada tata boga ya, tata boga. Kita ada juga untuk untuk food serving.
Yes.
So food serving bagaimana nak serve the customers in the restaurant. Jadi bila berlaku pandemik, bagaimana pelajar student buat, dia try to invite all the relative and then duduk di rumah itu and then serve them all the foods, and then the etiquette how to serve, and then dia punya kompetensi tu diukur berdasarkan komponen ataupun kompetensi yang diperlukan untuk serve. Jadi di situ ada sedikit kekangan. Begitu juga dengan masakan. Contoh masakan barat. So western food. So kebanyakan pelajar bukan di Malaysia, kebanyakan di UPSI pelajar-pelajar daripada sebelah utara, di mana utara ada juga di Sabah dan Sarawak, di mana mereka di rumah tidak ada equipment pun yang sesuai untuk western food. Hanya yang ada di rumah pinggan yang sesuai untuk mereka. Actually dia punya makanan pun tak ada, susah nak dapat di sana untuk western food. So how macam mana dia orang nak buat video dan nak samakan western food, dia punya bahan dan juga peralatan yang untuk serve tu. Okey, untuk pensyarah dosen kata gunakanlah apa saja yang ada di sekitar di rumah kamu. Even the first pandemic dulu kita tak boleh keluar langsung kan. So mungkin ada sedikit kekangan lah. Jadi mungkin perlu dipertimbangkan oleh pensyarah bagaimana untuk memberi markah kepada pelajar. Jadi dari segi makanan itu gunakanlah saja apa yang ada di sekeliling, yang mana boleh dapat, tetapi kalau boleh dapat cuba buat juga. Contohnya begitulah. Cumanya kalau makan western tu mungkin kalau nak dapat daging sirloin steak tu memanglah susah kan, tak ada. Mungkin boleh diganti dengan makanan lain ke, tetapi kaedah memasaknya itu, kaedah how to cook the western food itu betul, begitulah. Jadi kita pun faham keadaan student yang memang kalau di kampus kita ada kitchen. Di kitchen kita sediakan semua equipment, semua peralatan, semua makanan bahan mentah dan sebagainya kan, untuk ayam ke daging ke dan sebagainya mereka hanya boleh guna saja. Tapi bila di rumah tidak boleh, jadi pensyarah atau dosen hanya memberi panduan bahawa cari saja makanan yang lebih kurang sama tetapi kaedah masaknya itu betul, dan juga bagaimana penyediaan western food itu disediakan, begitu. Begitulah caranya untuk makanan lah western. Tetapi agak kalau contoh untuk di macam subjek yang saya ajar juga ada berkenaan dengan sewing. Memang pelajar semester 1 perlu belajar menggunakan mesin. Jadi ada di rumah memang tak ada mesin langsung dan tak pernah jumpa mesin pun. Jadi bagaimana mereka nak buat, nak practice the practical of sewing tu, mereka perlu tengok video banyak kali dan juga perlu berusaha jugalah memegang mencari mesin itu, bagaimana caranya untuk dia orang visualize face to face dengan mesin itu sendiri. Sewing machine, macam mana nak guna dan sebagainya, sebab basic asas untuk sewing tu mereka mesti jahit kan, mesti tekan industrial machine tu. Jadi bagaimana caranya, mereka perlu lihat video banyak kali, and then perlu pegang jugalah, jadi mereka perlu buat video juga bagaimana cara proses untuk menjahit jahitan asas, contohnya menggunakan mesin dan sebagainya lah. Jadi itu cara dia bagaimana, dan mungkin itu yang kita kata orang kata kekangan yang banyak berlakulah dalam kita punya bidang ni. Mungkin nanti Dr. Rosita boleh explain more on fashion lah, how beliau cater subjek in fashion ini, bagaimana pendekatan di UiTM, bagaimana mereka buat di sepanjang pandemik as a virtual learning ni, bagaimana untuk mengajar pelajar menjahit dan sebagainya lah. Okay.
Okay, terima kasih Ibu Arasina. Last question we have Ibu Ira. Silakan Ibu Ira. Mau langsung ditanyakan atau dibacakan saja?
Baik, soalannya saya baca ya.
Okay.
How we know if the student can understand and receive the skill from your videos or your learning when you teach in online and how to handle it. Okay. Memang we face a lot of comments from the student from the evaluation towards the end of the semester, and dia punya comments tu sangat banyak lah. Some of them menulis menyatakan bahawa memang sometimes all the video, that's why I mentioned before, I always improve myself also in terms of video. I want them to produce the videos, but at the same time I need to produce also the great videos to show them for each of the component competency that I want to deliver. For example, as I mentioned before, I massage kan. That's why the step tu I kena ikut betul satu-satu. And luckily that I have one beautician in my labs, and she always help me to create the video and then edit a lot of things, because I don't have time to edit all the things because I'm not expert in ICT, I'm not in background in technology, so I try to improve myself. It's very beneficial for me also in pandemic, in the era pandemic. I try to explore everything the technologies, because masa I belajar dulu pun I tak pernah gunakan komputer dan sebagainya, dan bagaimana pelajar tidak faham itu, mereka akan tanya I selalu. Dia akan, so we need to always interact with them in our platform in university. We have a platform which is the communication forum. We have a forum for each courses. So if student face difficulties to understand all the competency that yang kita ajar tu, nanti dia akan selalu WhatsApp and then tanya soalan. Sometimes we have lots of question which is they don't understand, especially the student, the first semester student, which is the student memang yang tak pernah datang ke kampus tapi perlu belajar beautician, for example. Dia tak faham macam mana nak conduct dan tangan dia pokras. For example, I also ada ajar berkenaan dengan fashion design classes, which is first semester, first student, they need to take the courses, fashion design courses, which is fashion design courses, they need try to draw a lot of illustration, a lot of figures, a lot of create something fashion design cloth and everything, so they need to practice. So I encourage students to practice and then show me after the class. Take the pictures and then I comments, or if kalau pictures tak faham, I ask them to take a video. Okay, this is the step how to draw draping in the cloth. Draping kan sangat susah kan, kita nak nampak dia punya drape of the clothing, the pleats of the clothing and so on, the flow of the cloth. Jadi begitulah saya buat. Memang takes a lot of time. Different with the face-to-face learning. Face-to-face learning kita boleh directly corrected all the yang salah student buat, kita boleh terus tegur dan baiki. Tetapi in virtual mereka buat sendiri-sendiri di rumah and then just mereka send the video. Sometimes the product, for example the product, then kita perlu baiki, pulang balik. Some of the student also comment why you want to reject my assignment 2-3 times, because some of the courses is not 60-50. Some of my courses also 100% coursework. Okay, so if 100% coursework, they don't have a final exam. So normally the assessment is fully in assignment. So actually I concern with the student. I ask them, this is for your marks, and you need to practice because you want to become a teacher, because all the student is bachelors in education. So they need to then they need to try to, if they said they don't have skills to draw, for example, to draw a fashion design croquis, for example, they need to practice. Because if you have a talented, if your father, your mother is artistic person, maybe you are also an artistic person. But if your parents, they don't have a background for in artistic, for example, you don't have skill, but you can do it, but you need more practice rather than other person is actually uh, what do you call it, dianugerahkan memang kreatif kan, yang memang tak kreatif tu is a bonus, yang memang kreatif, parents memang background artis dan sebagainya, dia kreatif, dia memanglah bonus bagi dia. Bagi yang tidak tu, they need to more practice. So yang mana tak faham, memang I need to teach them a lot of time. That's why in our student normally maybe half of them is from the vocational college. So vocational college, which is they have diploma in hospitality, diploma in fashion, diploma in hospitality. So they continue degree in UPSI because they want to become a teacher. So it's easy for me to teach them rather than the student which is they don't have any certificate or diploma in that particular area. So I answered the question or not? Dr. Rosita tak sabar lah tu nak present. Okay, I think that one is the last question.
Yeah.
I pass the floor. I pass to the moderator, Linda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Arasina. Thank you for the answer, for the questions, and for the interesting view. And now we come to the end of the sessions due to the time of limit. So I would like to thank to Ibu Arasina for sharing your expertise with us here today, and also coming even through virtually. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Padang and behalf of the conference committee, and also to all attendants, I would like to say thank you very much. Finally, I will pass these sessions to Mr. Pasaribu for the part of an award of certificate to Ibu Arasina. Silakan Pak Pasaribu.
We would like to invite our chairman of this conference, Dr. Juliana SPSI, to present the certificate to our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Arasina Binti Khamis. The time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih. Bisa masuk. Ya, terima kasih Ibu Arasina atas presentasinya, luar biasa, dapat ilmu kita.
Terima kasih, sama-sama.
Alright, back to our moderator. Please for the next speakers. Thank you.
Oke. Terima kasih. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the second session for the afternoon sessions. We have another speaker, which Ibu Associate Professor Rosita Muhammad Tajuddin, PhD. We are honorable to invite Ibu Rosita. Ibu Rosita is from University Technology Mara, Faculty of Art and Design. She is PhD in Apparel, Merchandising and Design, Master degree in Technical Education, and Bachelor of Art degree in Fashion Marketing. So I think she has a lot of publications and books also. So I think I will directly give the stage to you for another 40 minutes. So the stage is yours.
you, Ibu Moderator Linda. Okay, can you hear me? I mean, I'm not so sure whether it sounds well. Boleh
Yes.
kedengaran?
Boleh.
Okay, saya just share my screen. Okay. Okay. So, first of all, Assalamualaikum and a good afternoon to all distinguished guests, speakers and authors. Before I proceed, I would like to express my gratitude to Universitas Negeri Padang for inviting me as the guest speaker at the 4th ICCFBT. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Rosita binti Muhammad Tajuddin. I am one of the senior lecturers at the Faculty of Art and Design UiTM Shah Alam. I am teaching at the Fashion Department and also postgraduate studies at the Faculty of Art and Design. I have been with the Faculty of Art and Design UiTM Shah Alam for the past 20 years. And I had worked at the Polytechnic Malaysia and also retailers before joining UiTM in the year 2002. Currently, I am also the head of postgraduate studies at the Faculty of Art and Design. And for your information, we have almost 10 students from Indonesia who had registered with us for the postgraduate program in the year 2020 and 2021. For your information, we just had Ibu Reni from Universitas Padang who just registered for this sesi 2021 for PhD program. Okay, welcome Ibu Reni to the Faculty of Art and Design in UiTM Shah Alam. And in addition, I am also supervising 3 students from Indonesia, and my 2 candidates are also attending this conference. So they are Farah Inara and also Rahayu Purnama. So both of them are now attending the conference as well. So I am pleased to deliver my presentation at today's conference, and the title of my presentation is Creativity and Strategies to Increase the Productivity of the Fashion Industry in the New Normal Era. Okay, and the pandemic COVID-19 took place globally in the early 2020, and this had affected many businesses, and one of the industry that was badly affected is the fashion businesses. We can see a lot of closures, okay, a lot of closures in the manufacturing and retailing fashion industry worldwide due to this pandemic. Hence, strategies and innovative avenues have to take place in order to nurture the industries as pandemic will move towards endemic. And in order to survive, businesses need to look into strategies that can sustain them in the new normal era. So this is the focus of my presentation today. Okay, this is the division of my presentation, whereby the first part of my presentation will focus on the technology trends in reshaping the luxury fashion industry. And then the second part will concentrate on the reuse and repair models in changing the landscape of the clothing industry. And number 3, I'm looking into why sustainable, ethical fashion will be the new normal. So we are going to focus into these strategies that seems current and been already applied in most of the developed countries around the world. Okay, and then of course, I think in fact the earlier presentation by Associate Professor Dr. Arisina has mentioned about technology, not only in the teaching and learning, but also in clothing industries, whereby technology is the important tool in order to, to shape, to reshape, and also to formulate the process of the fashion businesses. Okay, so next, Okay, and of course, as the pandemic is, is affecting the worldwide, and we are moving into endemic, whereby we will see COVID-19 as a normal situation. And of course, this somehow has changed in consumer culture, and the changes in consumer culture affects all sectors of retail, especially in the fashion businesses. Okay, and you can see that luxury brands, we consider, we could refer it as high-end brands, okay, are no exception to the change in consumer culture. Consumer become so conscious, they do not want to, to expose themselves, and therefore, as a retailer or as fashion businesses, they have to move towards this new avenue in order to reach out for their consumers. Okay, fast fashion retailers like H&M, Zara, and Uniqlo has had a large impact on the overall fashion industry. And how do they make it? What they have done is by first, they shortening the length of fashion cycle. So normally we will see that the fashion cycle is so fast moving, but nowadays it's kind of very long. Yeah, but nowadays in today's era, retailers has already expedite the process and also the cycle of fashion. And secondly, these luxury retailers has provide instant gratification for affordable fashion forward brands that people crave for. That means, in other words, a lot of luxury retailers, they go into ready to wear, whereby this is whereby consumers has the access to buy the brand. Even though it is a very high-end brand, but it is made accessible not only offline but also online. So these are all strategies whereby technology has already took place in order to overcome the current current damage situation of the fashion businesses. Okay, and luxury brands have reacted by rethinking their business with innovation in mind. Yes, of course, as a manufacturer, as an entrepreneur in fashion and clothing industries, you have to be innovative. That means in a way whereby you can see that consumers already change the way they behave, what they want to buy, okay, where do they like to purchase, and therefore this somehow has affected and also providing alternatives for retailers to move into technology as a way to reach out for their consumers. And of course, these retailers will focus on e-commerce sales and personalization. Okay, when we talk about personalization, again, as what Prof. Noel this morning, he talked about experience economy. So this somehow relates to personalization, and I will explain further in the sense of personalization. So here are the biggest technology trends. First, of course, as in order to overcome, this damage to these global clothing businesses, as a retailer, as manufacturer, and as well as entrepreneur, we have to look into alternative materials. That means we have to go to another option, whereby advanced materials technology is having a huge impact on luxury garments and accessories market. So some examples can be seen by, in 2016, it was quite, backward, but still during that time, they already innovated into latest technology, high-end dress, and whereby, they put together technology and design in order to reach out to this new segment of the market. Not only this technology is applied on the design of the clothing, but also in terms of materials. And then you can see nowadays, people talk about ethical fashion. When we talk about ethical fashion, we are talking about natural resources. And of course, like here, as I put an example, Linda Laudermilks, she used soya bean as a material, in order to come up with the cashmere. So they call it as a vegetable cashmere. And this somehow has integrated the use of technology in order to create fabrics that is not only sustainably, but also eco-luxury retail. So somehow you can see people are so conscious. People try to, save of the environment. And of course, as a producer, clothing businesses have to look into these ways in order to tackle this new segment of market. Okay, and of course, by having this what you call natural resources as an option to replace the synthetic materials. So of course the benefits will be on the environment. So the environment becomes much more friendlier, and then of course not only in that sense, but it will also create comfort to the users. People or wearers will feel comfort, and because the materials are non-toxic, and it can provide much more safety to the wearer, and also health. So this is the most concern, because of the endemic, people are so afraid of getting disease. So somehow retailers have to look into an option towards the sustainable use of materials. Okay, next I move into the next slide. The second strategies, whereby we talk about technology, we are looking into what you call, sorry, it's not moving. Just hold on. Okay, we are looking into one-on-one service. So when we talk about one-on-one service, it sounds kind of like a special service. But, this is what, the coming era. The coming era, in order to overcome, the afraidness of the society towards the environment. So we have to provide an extra service to our customers. So for example, like, there is a software where we will call it as a clienteling point of sale, POS. And this has been used by certain retailers, especially high-end retailers at a developed country. And of course, this software is an innovative tools in order to help the staff to assist consumer or customers on the floor. That means this is a software whereby it will give an extra benefit to the sales associate in providing advices to the customers. And of course, customers would like to have that sort of service, because as I said, in today's environment, we have to be very competitive. Of course, products, we can produce products. Everybody can produce product. But what makes you different from others is the service. That means the service, personalization service, or we call it as one-on-one service, is something that will be in the future. And of course, this sort of service not only can support conversational commerce. That means we can help to uplift the professionalism of the sales associates. Okay, because the sales associate can assist the customers in determining what styles that would suit them. Okay, and of course, this sort of service not only can enhance the image of the retailers, but it can also can create loyalty among the consumers towards the retailer or towards the business. And of course, this software not only can assist sales associates in providing style advice, but also they can provide suggestions on what item that can complement the existing item. Okay, and of course, this also can give a clear and in-depth information to the sales associates. And of course, these sales associates or businesses can become competitive, and they can overcome their competitors in reaching out their customers. So this is the second technology whereby we cannot run away from technology. Even though a luxury brand, small medium enterprises, we have to move forward. We have to venture into technology so that we enable to compete with the other competitors. Okay, Next. Okay, and of course, when we talk about one-on-one service, we talk about personalization. Okay, personalization, of course, luxury brands, they are into it. They are into this sort of service. But of course, in today's incoming era, in order to become competitive, small, medium enterprises, bridge market, okay, even moderate market, okay, they have to look into this direction. Okay, and many fashion retailers are investing in technology that fuels a more personal experience to their shoppers. Experience is something that, that is not physically, you can look at it, but something that emotions, that will affect emotions. Consumer will get, will be positive, when they receive what you call positive ambience or positive experience. And when they have this positive experience, somehow this will lead into their purchases. And then, of course, some of the technologies that have been used by retailers are artificial intelligence, okay, AI, we call it as AI powered software, whereby this artificial intelligence software can deliver personalized product recommendations in store and also online. So this is what we can go into in order to reach out not only to our local customers, but also to the worldwide customers. And of course, the goal of this personalization is is in order to help to anticipate customer needs and make sure they won't end up at a competitor. So we want to make sure these customers will come to us and purchase the merchandise. So therefore, by having this personalization, we can anticipate what actually the customer wants. Okay, and of course, the second goal, staff will have the tools to impress customers, leading to increased conversion rates, higher than average order value, and greater loyalty. And of course, at the end, the goal of it is whereby we want to make them buy our product. When people buy our product, it will increase our, our selling and our sales volume and also our profits. And of course, this will also at the end, the customer will be loyal to us because of the special service that we are providing to the customers. So of course, it's everything about technology. And of course, technology can replace human, and this somehow, not only can be governed by these high-end stores, but small, medium also can invest in this sort of technology. Okay, now I'm moving into the next slide. And of course, when we talk about technology, it will allow mobility. Okay, and of course, when you talk about mobility, people are always on the move. Okay, we want to make sure that even though they are on the move, they still can buy items. They still can browse our merchandise. They still can go into our website. So this is one of the strategies where we have to really focus at, whereby when we talk about mobility, that means luxury fashion retailers are so well into this. They are pursuing the desire to shop anytime, anywhere with mobile apps, mobile payment options, real-time promotions, and integrated return services. And even though, and at today's environment, the social media somehow also provides mobility avenues for, for everybody just to go into social media and look into new items, or maybe look into something latest in the market. So somehow this is the nature, or whatever, what we call it as something that people, doesn't stay at one place. So whereby as an entrepreneur or retailers or businesses have to look into this new, what you call venture, okay? And retailers are using push notifications, geo-referencing, and beacons to influence and engage their customers or their shoppers. So these are all the, what you call the items, whereby you can introduce in your web design or in your online service. That means these are all navigations that can enhance our interaction with our shoppers. and at the same time we can know what actually that that shoppers prefer most. Okay, these are all the items or gadgets, or we call it as something we call it as avatar that can allow retailers to reach out and and always follow what the consumers. Okay, and of course like what the Farfetch here, they came up with store of the future, whereby it aims at providing the in-store experience of the future by giving visibility to retailers on what is happening in the store. It closes the loop between a great online presence and in-store technology, which augments the experience of customers in-store and overall. So this is all the high-end technology, whereby retailers will use this software in order to to see or to allow the visibility of the store. And as though you are in the store and you are experiencing people coming into the store and so on. So this somehow allow, retailers to engage with their consumers. And of course, when we talk about this, it's all relates with technology. Okay, I'm not saying that without technology you can't do this, but with technology it can enhance the usage and also can allow the spread of the consumers. So this is what it means here. Okay, next I move into my slide. So when we talk about one-to-one service, we talk about what you call mobility, and of course these are all falls under experience. And of course experience is something that people or consumers will value. Even you can say it, even you walk into the store, if you encounter a bad experience, somehow it will give you a bad remarks toward the store. And I think with today's environment, experience, engaging consumers in the store by providing a good experience is something that can hold the customers to us. Okay. And of course, these experiential stores, I can relate it with Prof. Noel, whereby he talks about the experience economy, whereby in today's environment, we talk about experience economy that falls under 4 elements, whereby in order to engage consumers, we have to make sure that we insert 4 elements, whereby first and foremost, we have to provide education. That means in whatever that we offer, we have to educate our consumers. Secondly, we have to provide them an escapism, whereby when we walk into this store, we would like to offer something new to the customers. That means something, a positive environment or something that can escape them from the normal landscape. Like what if you experience, I think most of us have experienced visiting Starbucks or maybe, or certain, high-end brand store. Okay, the minute you walk into Starbucks, you can feel the aroma, the coffee aroma, the ambience, the lighting, the setting, okay, the product, and how, even we can see the information about the coffee, where they come from. So this is what we try to engage consumers in our setting. Okay, so besides education and also escapism, we are also focusing on entertainment. Okay, we try to provide them kind of entertainment whereby they feel good when they are at that particular store. And finally, besides entertainment, we are also looking into aesthetic. So that means we try to design our store in a way whereby we can engage them in the real setting, and we try to provide them an ease, a comfort area where they can hang around and spend most of the time there. So this is whereby people have to look into. That means something that not just focusing on physical product, but experience. Experience is something that you cannot buy, but something that you will treasure, even though after you left the store or after, you already been there you have already been left the store for 5 years, but you still remember of that particular experience that you gained from that particular visit. Yeah. So this is what it means here. Okay. And finally, when we talk about what you call technology, we are looking into luxury startups, whereby over the last year, there has been a rise of startup companies responsible for pushing the old school luxury retailers into the new digital world. So that means I am trying I just explained here, whereby in today's environment, you know, like some certain conservative high-end store or high-end brands, for example, they do not want to go into digital store. But in today's pandemic and towards endemic, you know, luxury brand, even, you know, they are kind of very conservative. They are kind of very traditional in their offerings. They have to move into these startups. They have to go into this digital age of retailing. So this is the what you call the technology, whereby not only luxury, but, you know, small, medium enterprises, even independent retailers, independent businesses have to go into. That means you have to move from offline to online. So this is what it means here. Okay, next. Okay, and okay, I've already touched on the technology, because technology is one of the strategies. Second is whereby we are looking into sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, we use these strategies as reuse and repair models in changing the landscape of the clothing industry. So that means maybe this is something quite new to some of us, but this somehow has changed or has took place the normal landscape into this retail setting. Okay. Okay, when we talk about reuse and reshape, okay, we are talking about circular economy of fashion. You know, when you call circular, that means it comes in round. That means you start at the top, then you come back at the top. So this is what we call it as a circular economy of fashion. And of course, the clothing industry contributes to 5% of global emissions. That means production is almost 5%. And then due to that, workers are becoming so unethical, you know, whereby, you know, in order to what you call to increase production, you know, manufacturers, you know, use maybe child labor. So because in order to, you know, to take part in that competition, and also to make sure that they can produce a lot of volumes, okay, and of course, in order to curb the climate breakdown by 2050, okay, include promoting circularity in the clothing industry, whereby when you talk about circularity in the clothing industry, we are talking about reuse and repair, recycle. So these are the key strategies in rerouting textiles away from the landfills and back into active use. So this is what it means here. So of course, even this sort of strategy, it falls under SDG, the Sustainable Development Growth. They focus on one area on sustainable. And of course, when you talk about sustainable, fashion is one of the most, you know, what you call industry that closest to, you know, landfills, because they produce a lot of wastage, especially in terms of textiles, in terms of maybe, you know, old goods, okay? And in order to tackle this, so fashion has to look into this circular economy of fashion. So whereby, by having this circular economy, it not only can save the environment, but it can produce or it can create a new job areas in the market. You know, maybe before this, we are only concentrating on production. But due to this circular economy, we are moving towards repairing, maintenance, okay? We are looking into disassemble of the products, assembly of the products. So these are all the new, what you call avenues in coming fashion. Okay, these are the things that maybe as businesses can look into. Okay, and of course, when you talk about this sort of industry, we are looking into, you know, what you call new segment of skillful people. We are looking into people that is highly skilled in, you know, in manufacturing. Okay, we are looking into clothing assembly. We are looking into manual or mechanical repair activities. Even we are looking into more sewing, ironing, and other machinery, because we try to disassemble the, you know, the fabrics and assembly back what you call the textile, okay, into a new fashion, or maybe into something that is, you know, enhanced, okay. And of course, their skills are also needed in this logistic and procurement skills, for example, in transportation, in delivery, in stock control, in procurement management. So these are all the areas that maybe we have to focus by the year 2050. And of course, in the sales and service skills, we are looking into retailing. We are also looking into wholesome. Wholesome is related to health, related to wellness, of the clothing. So we are looking into this area as well. And also, and of course, without what you call sales service, we looking into telephone communication skills and also greeting consumers. This falls under sales and service skills. And managerial skills, we are looking into areas such as business, finance, waste management, okay, task management, human resource management. These are all, you know, sectors that can assist in this new coming circular industry of fashion. So because these are all the what you call mechanism that can help the industry to, you know, to develop new fashion by using the old textiles, or by recycling the old what you call fashion. So these are the things we are moving into this direction in the coming years. And of course, when you talk about this what you call circular economy or circular fashion, we are looking into sustainability awareness and knowledge. And of course, in order to become fully circular by the year 2050, I mean, we need more people to have sustainability awareness and knowledge. And of course, in order to reach to this what you call level, we have to educate, we have to provide them skills. And of course, one of the education platform that we can really look at is to what you call here, increase the or use the vocational education and training, VET. That means when we talk about VET or TVET, we are looking into skill. That means we are producing more skillful human resource, in order to be the what you call the resources in this what you call circular fashion industry. And of course, in this VET training, they act as a key mechanism for ensuring a skill force for the circular economy transition. Okay, because in order for us to transfer into this circular, we have to equip ourselves with a skillful resources. And of course, these resources not only skillful, but also they have to have a knowledge and as well as competences in order to adapt to this new what you call mechanism in producing fashion in this coming years. Okay, so and of course, these are all the new circular jobs that are expected to be in demand. Of course, remanufacturing, we are looking into something that we remanufacture the goods. Okay, so the key activities include assessing the reusability of incoming clothes, as well as understanding which parts of clothes could be disassembled and used in the remaking and refurbishment of other parts of clothing. So this is needed because we need somebody who has knowledge, who has skill in order to identify which parts of the garment that can be reused. Okay, and then the skills also include creativity, planning, and knowledge about fabric properties and functionality. So that means understanding of fabric properties, the characteristic of fabrics are fundamental. Okay, in order to nurture into this economy of fashion. And of course, the resale collection managers, that means besides remanufacturing, we also looking to resale. Yeah, you can see that a lot of even in Malaysia, I'm not so sure in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, the booming of second-hand clothing, retailers are everywhere. You know, people, are not, embarrassed to walk into second-hand clothing, compared to, last time. So, this is something that, become a trend especially among the young generations. If you ask the generation Z, they are, most of them go into this second-hand clothing, like Bondoru. Okay, we have many, what you call second-hand clothing outlet. So these are all the, the new landscape of retailing, and of course this will help to increase the sales of fashion in our industry. Okay, and of course, besides this, what you call specialists, we also look into textile sorters and collectors, and also innovation managers. So these are all the, the specialists that we can train. That we can train. That we can train our students. We can train our individuals in order to become this, what you call area of specialization. Because in the coming years, we are looking into people who has knowledge in what you call in old clothing, okay, in second-hand clothing, and so on. Okay, we are looking into this direction. Okay, next, okay, and why sustainable ethical fashion will be the new normal. And of course, in relation to my previous slide, I'm talking about the, what you call reuse and reshape. We are now moving into the new normal era, whereby we are focusing on sustainability and ethical fashion. So of course, today's what you call fashion, they are looking into fashion's future transcends trends and fast fashion. That means in the coming years, fashion already forecast, much more faster than fast fashion. That means, meaning to say here, that means fashion industry are no longer rely on trends. Fashion industry, they already know what to anticipate in the future. So that means we are no longer relying on trends, on forecasts. We are moving into, we are going into the personalization. We are going into what you call one-to-one service. So we already anticipate what actually people desire. Okay, so the 2019 Global Wellness Summit packed well fashion way beyond architecture as one of its top wellness trends. This emerging self-awareness in the fashion industry transcends trends and fast fashion for smarter, sustainable materials and production methods. That means they overrule the trends. So this is one of the, what you call, new strategies in the coming years, especially in the retail and also in the production of fashion. Okay. As American fashion continues its journey to a more sustainable future, transformative innovation of materials, processes, and systems is about more than mindfulness. It is a change of imperative. That means we are looking into something that, ahead of time. Okay, we are no longer looking into the trends, but we are looking into anticipate what actually people want. And we are using up natural resources and exploiting people in ways that will deplete future generations of the resources they need, impacting future profitability and business opportunities. That means we are engaging into the natural resources in order to reach out for the market. Okay, the intersection between wellness and fashion is re-engineering the fashion cycle. So as I said just now, fashion cycle, we do not need to wait longer. Fashion cycle becomes quite fast, and because designers, retailers, entrepreneurs able to anticipate what people want. Okay, so they produce before the trend comes in. Okay, it is a one where fast fashion and trend cycles don't dictate we wear. Consumers re-embracing conscious design, responsible sourcing, and safer, ethical, more efficient value chains. That means we are more conscious on what we want to wear. We will only buy what we think is good. We will not go into something that extravagance. So this is what it means here. Okay, and of course, when you talk about new wellness cycle of fashion, we are looking into three areas: design, make, and acquire. For design, we are looking into sustainable. We use a lot of technology in order to come up with this sustainable fashion. And then for make, we are looking into something whereby we are, as a producer, we are being transparent. We try to convey the strong social responsibility towards our consumers. We try to set a positive minds of consumers towards our business. Okay, when we talk about make, we are also looking into local markets. We are looking into our local entities, our local unique what you call production, whereby we try to highlight our heritage and our culture. So this is the second part in the new wellness cycle of fashion. And finally, when we talk about acquire, we want to get, okay, we are looking into something conscience. When we talk about conscience, we are looking about something that is what you call ethical, something that is what you call conscious. You know, we are producing something that really make people want to buy. So we are not going into something that very trendy. So this is the new wave of cycle. Okay, and of course, when we talk about this sustainable, we are also looking into where. Okay, when we talk about where, we are looking into materials that are, you know, that are user friendly, eco green. You know, not only in terms of fabrication, but also in terms of making the garments. Okay, and of course, when we talk about, I mean, people want to wear something that will feel comfort. Okay, they will feel safe. And of course, when we talk about that, the area, I mean, the area or the segment of care must also something that we have to focus. That means we provide information on how to care the fabrics, on how to care the garments, especially when we reuse, reshape the old garments, becomes and turn it into something new. And of course, when we talk about reuse and recycle, I mean, this is something that everywhere around the globe are, you know, are adapting to it. Not only adapting, but they are already into it. And of course, when you talk about reuse and recycle, we are looking into the rise of fashion. That means fashion, that means is a word coming from trash and fashion. That means we are looking into something that old, we make into something that is new. And this is something that, you know, that retailers, manufacturers can look into it. Okay, and then more designers will opt for natural fibers instead of synthetic fibers. They are looking into something that biodegradable and something that they can easily decompose and, you know, and can save the environment. So these are all the mechanisms, you know, whereby, I mean, we can help the industries to you know, to nurture and also to become competitive. And I believe like Indonesia, they manufacture a lot of garments, okay, for high-end brands, even for, you know, for high-end, for maybe leading brands. I think maybe, I mean, they can look into this direction as a way to become sustainable and also to remain competitive. And finally, when we talk about sustainable, I can just sum up into consumers. Consumers are embracing into conscious design, something that is ethical. Okay, they are looking into something that safe, comfort, and something that efficient value chains. When you talk about efficient value chain, something that can easily access. You know, for example, like if you go into online, this is something that can provide an efficient value chains. Okay, something that can reach them, you know, on time without much hassle. And then for manufacturers, they have to look into something that they make clothes that is on demand. And they have to really look into what people want to buy, something that people highly prefer. So they have to go into this direction in order to avoid wastage. And secondly, they have to look into something that digital design to produce custom created fashion. And of course, when you talk about custom, we talk about designers. But you know, even in these coming years, when you talk about custom, it can also be applied on mass producers by engaging the mass customization as a mechanism to produce their clothing. Okay, and avoid overproduction of clothing. Okay, you have to really know what actually people want. Okay, that's why you have to anticipate. You use the latest software in order to determine what people buy most, and so on. And finally, the clothing that we want to produce must be a smart clothing. When we talk about smart clothing, it covers in terms of fabrication, in terms of design, in terms of what you call care, okay, in terms of maintenance, and also in terms of materials. And of course, we look also into something that we can provide environment green. It's something that can save the environment. And of course, having this, we have to really concentrate on natural fibers. Okay, and of course, in summary, I can say that in today's, in order to become competitive, in order to what you call to remain sustainable in this coming new normal era, we have to focus in these three platforms. That means technology, whereby it will reshape the luxury fashion industry as well as the small medium industries. Not only that, we have to look into sustainable, something that is ethical, something that can, you know, save money, but at the same time save costs, but at the same time can save the environment, and at the same time can increase corporate social responsibility of the company towards the consumer. And of course, reuse and repair will be the new model in the circular fashion industry. Okay, and in conclusion, I can say that consumers are looking for something that are easily worn and accessed. So, I mean, as a producer, we have to look into something that logic, something that is rational, something that is wearable, functional. So these are the things that we as a producer or clothing businesses have to look into. And then secondly, functional pieces rather than become fashionista, flexible and sustainable. So this is the new landscape of how you see fashion, because people want to see something that is functional. Even though like today what you call MCO, or we call it as pandemic environment, where people hardly go outside. Okay, people wants to wear something that is comfort. You know, still looks nice, still looks comfort, but something that practical. So manufacturers, clothing industry have to go into this direction. Don't overreact on fashion. You know, people will not buy. You know, people feel so conscious about the money they want to spend. Okay, and the third, technology leads in both retailing and manufacturing factors. Of course, as a manufacturer, as a small medium enterprises, as an independent retailer or entrepreneur, or maybe crafts entrepreneur, you have to look into this technology, okay? Because in order to survive, okay, in order to survive, of course, be competitive is something that maybe you have to stay for maybe 5 years. But then in order to survive, we have to embark into technology. And of course, finally, the sustainability and ethical brands consumptions, especially among the Generation Z. So the Generation Z, we have to tackle these young consumers. Young consumers are so conscious about what they wear. Okay, they are into trend. They are looking into something that is practical, but at the same time, they want to stay current. So in order for them to stay current, they don't mind to shop something that is secondhand, you know, as long as it is ethical. So this is what you have to really look into. That means try to look into this new segment of market, whereby this what you call Generation Z will look into something that, you know, that I mean, this is something that can attract them. And of course, they contribute about 70% of the population. Yeah? Even in Malaysia, or maybe I think maybe I'm not so sure in Indonesia, but this generation, the young market, they compose a big percentage in the total market. So why not, you know, we go into this direction in order to remain competitive. So I think before I conclude my session, okay, I would like to share with you about, one of my students, she produced a modular clothing in order to answer to this circular fashion era. Okay, just let me share with you the slide here. Okay. Okay, stop share. So I try to share another slide whereby I will okay, just hold on for a while. Okay, just hold on for a while. Okay, I try to So this is one of the my students. She came out with this modular streetwear fashion from upcycle materials. But I mean, of course, upcycle we commonly hear. Yeah, we commonly know about upcycle. But what the new approach, okay, the new approach that she has done, she tried to come up with a modular. That means something that one piece of clothing can turn into 2 or 3 types of styles. Okay, so this is one of it. Okay, so you can see, I mean this is just okay, this is her, what you call, her idea, whereby, you know, we try, I mean, this done online. Okay, I mean she managed to come it, even though we do it online. So I mean the student doesn't come to the campus, but she still can, you know, can work on it. And of course, when you talk about this modular clothing, she came up with several ideas, and you know, she tried to she bought what you call second-hand clothing. She tried to get all the buckles, all the fastenings. Okay, she reused all these what you call items and turn it into a new look or into a new fashion. And these are all the, what you call, or the old clothing that she had already gained from the land, I mean from an organization. Okay, and these are all the design process that she has what you call done in order to complement to this process. Okay, and of course you can see these are all taken from these upcycle materials, upcycle fashion. So she got it and she disassemble it and try to use it into it and turn it into a new fashion. So these are all the design process, and what she has done, she cleaned it first. Okay, these are all the circular fashion, whereby you have to have this skill. Okay, whereby I mean, this student, she clean it, wash it through, and try, and then after that she do the recovery process. She tried to look into parts, which parts that can be reused in order to come up with the new style. And then after that, she go into this master pattern. She come up with the master pattern draft. And then she looked into, okay, a lot of this technique, she used the draping technique, whereby this draping technique can allow more, I mean, more freedom in terms of identifying the sections in order to make into the new garment. Okay, so you can see after she's done with those master pattern draping, she worked on the flat pattern, then she do the fabric replacement, then fabric layout, fabric cutting, and finally she sew all those pieces together. Okay, and finally, after she has done that, so this is the new design, the new look that she already came up with, those upcycle, all those recycled goods. So she came up with multi-style. So you can see that from this look 1, it can turn into look 2, and it also can turn into look 3. So these are the multi looks that she composed from this design. Not only 3 design, but she came up with, you know, 10 looks, yeah, from this multi-style jacket. So this is one of the, what you call, circular fashion, what I meant here. Okay, secondly, not only looking into multi-style, she also looking into reversible elements, whereby from this jacket, she can turn up into several, okay, looks and several designs. So these are all the, I mean, element that she tried to compose into this modular clothing. Okay, you can see that she has 3 looks. Okay, she has 3 looks. She has one look here, back, and she has the front look here. And then the look 2 of the trousers, she can turn up into a skirt with the pants. And the final design, she can turn it into the, I mean, only the top with the pants and skirt. So this is the second element that she composed in the in her design. And finally, not only looking into reversible and multi-style, she also looking into multi-purpose elements, whereby you can see from this what you call pants can turn up into accessories, can turn up into what you call bags, can turn up into, you know, can make it shorter and can turn it into shorts. So these are all, where, as I said, what we call a circular fashion era. So I think this is a new direction where people can look into as a way not only to save the environment, but also whereby, you know, can economically, whereby people doesn't need to buy a lot of clothing. They just can buy one clothing and can turn it into different styles and look. So I think with that, I conclude my session. If you have any questions, please do so. You can just throw me any questions that related to what I've just presented. Thank you for your time and listening in my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very energetic and very interesting. Thank you, Ibu Rosita. Silakan Bapak Ibu yang ingin bertanya. You can ask in bahasa or in English. Okay, we have a question from Ibu Weni. Silakan Bu Weni. Weni.
Okay.
Weni, we have Weni Nelmira here.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentations. Weni, Bu Weni silakan mau bertanya langsung ya.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you, Mrs. Rosita. I want to ask about how your presentation is very interesting for me, and I want to ask about how to strategy to develop student creativity in UITM, especially in reuse and recycle material or upcycle material, so that it can rise expensive product, healthy and comfortable to wear. We know now in Malaysia, learning still do by online learning, and I think it's difficult for increase creativity student by online learning. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rosita.
Thank you, Weni, Ibu Weni, for the question. I think in today's what you call pandemic, whereby people cannot come here, pelajar-pelajar tidak perlu datang ke campus, tetapi I mean, of course, I can see that there is some limitation. Okay, when it comes to design. Okay, when it comes to design, there is a limitation if you don't do it face to face. But for me, even though you do not meet face to face, but then creativity still can be developed. Still can be developed. Why I say it can be developed? Of course, first and foremost, of course, I mean, I think knowledge transfer is something that crucial. That means, for me, as for me as a lecturer, I will always ask the student to, you know, I will motivate them by giving them examples. Okay, by giving them examples, and at the same time, I will always ask the student to read. Okay, I mean, when you read, okay, you try to understand what other people do. Okay, and of course, when you talk creativity, selain daripada practice, you have to practice, you have to have knowledge, and at the same this pandemic era, what I do, I always do my tutorial. I always conduct tutorial with my student. So every process that she does, I will conduct a tutorial. So I will make sure that the student will report to me the process. For me, I believe yang perkara penting kreativiti tu mungkin tidak semua. I mean, antara manusia ke manusia lain, kreativiti itu berbeza. Tetapi bagi pendapat saya adalah dia punya what you call exposure dia, pengetahuan dia. So pengetahuan dia dan juga dia punya enthusiasm dia, keinginan dia hendak tahu, itu yang akan meningkatkan lagi kreativiti dia. So for me, I really don't go for, even though I think creativity is essential, but for me, I look into dia punya commitment. Commitment of the students. If you ask me whether how I want to teach the students on recycle, okay, on how I want to make sure that they know how to use this strategy. I will always explain them. Okay, I always explain and relate to whatever the previous authors have done. I always ask them to read. I mean, I don't really ask them to read books, but I always ask them to read journals, or maybe any fashion news overseas, but not local. Even in Malaysia, they are not focusing on sustainability that huge. But I always ask my student to look into fashion news that publish in overseas landscape. That means you will be able to get more idea on how to create that particular product. For example, like my student here, I already asked her to look into, people produce a lot of recycle, people use a lot of sustainable goods, but I want to make sure that what she produces is something different. So that is whereby I try to take them into, expose them to maybe readings, and then look into websites, okay, look into the latest news regarding fashion, okay, and then maybe look into market observation. So these are all the all the avenues, langkah-langkah yang kita boleh bangunkan kreativiti kepada pelajar. Because creativity ni seperti yang saya katakan tadi, berbeza antara satu pelajar dengan satu pelajar. But then as for me, yang penting pengetahuan dan juga dia punya kemahiran. I have no issues about my student because I believe she has that kemahiran, whereby the kemahiran she already gain masa di peringkat sarjana muda lagi. So am I answering you? Okay, so I think, even though you do online, you still can be creative. You always have to consult with your lecturer. Okay, don't keep yourself silent. Always communicate with your lecturer, and ask them. Ask them to direct you, to give you direction. So I think it will help you a lot in that manner. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Rosita. We have another questions from Enda Fitriani. Please, Ibu Enda.
Okay, I can just answer Enda. Can I answer Ibu Enda?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, for Ibu Enda, she asked about, of course, when you talk about organic fabric is so expensive, right? Of course, and it's very difficult to persuade consumers, especially if the consumers are, I'm not saying all Asians, but majority, even in Malaysia, we don't really consume organic fabrics or natural fabrics. But how we can create awareness towards them is by providing them knowledge. So, for example, like in the institution, we can come up with a contest. We can come up with a competition whereby we try to encourage designers to work on organic fabrics. Okay. Secondly, among consumers, maybe we try to as I said, it's very costly, but we try to maybe manufacture the goods. Maybe we manufacture simple goods, not fashionable, a basic attire, a basic kind of garment that use organic. So therefore people can afford to buy. So we are not going to produce something that very, a lot of details whereby it will affect on the cost. So try to produce something very basic. Maybe we can start off with basic t-shirt or maybe a scarf, whereby in which when we produce this sort of garment, it can minimize the cost and we can sell it to our consumers. I think we don't go ambitious on this. We start small, but as the as the time progress, as we go along the time, maybe the consumers already started to adapt and they will purchase the garment. So I think knowledge and get them involved. So this is very crucial. Okay. Okay. Any
Yes.
question? I hope this answer you, Ibu Enda. Okay. And then furthermore, I can say that, I mean, among Westerners, they are really into it. Even Asian, Japan, Korea, they are into it. But I'm not so sure about Indonesia. And in my country, I can say that people are not really 100%. Maybe if we can put it into percentage, maybe about 15 to 20%. Or maybe 30% are good. I mean, they know sustainable. They buy organic fabrics. But another 60%, they still buy polyester. You know, but that's why the knowledge and the involvement, and of course, and also we have to produce or we have to get manufacturers, okay, engaged into this sort of fabrication. We have to make sure manufacturers make use of the natural fibers. And then of course, manufacturers, they want to save costs. They do not want to use these materials, but maybe instead of using the whole amount of fiber, maybe they can just mix. They can just mix the fabrics and form it into one design. So I think that is also another way to encourage the usage of natural fibers. Okay. Anything else?
I think we have comment from your student, Rahayu.
Yeah, Rahayu. Yeah, Rahayu is my second semester. She already completed her defense proposal in semester 1. So yes, Rahayu, congratulations.
Okay, next question maybe. Ibu Reni, any question? Yeah, Ibu Reni.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Senang bertemu lagi dengan Dr. Sita. Ini untuk ketiga kalinya hari ini ketemu sama Dr. Sita. Mungkin sangat menarik sekali penjelasan dari Dr. Sita tadi ya. Nah, hari ini yang sangat tertarik di upcycle, proses upcycle pada pembuatan busana tadi, Mas Dokter. Nah, tadi dijelaskan kalau proses upcycle itu bisa melalui bisa menggunakan flat pattern atau drapery. Nah, itu sangat menarik sekali sehingga menghasilkan produk-produk yang unik ya, Dokter.
Ya.
Selanjutnya dengan cara peningkatan kreativitas mahasiswa tadi seperti yang setelah Dokter jelaskan tadi. Jadi mohon nanti misalnya kalau Reni berkenan hadir di Malaysia menemui Dr. Sita, mungkin pengen sekali melihat proses pembelajaran yang secara flat pattern atau draping untuk upcycle busana tersebut, Dokter.
InsyaAllah boleh bisa.
Terima kasih, Dokter.
Ya. But then I can say that Ibu Reni, salah satu unique about UiTM students, even our Dr. Arasina also was from UiTM. When we talk about UiTM fashion students, they are, I can say they are most of them are very competent in pattern drafting. Most of them are very competent in pattern and also in design. So itu memang tidak disangka lah ya. Even we can see a lot our leading designers like Rizman Ruzaimi, we have Datuk Rizalman. They are all from UiTM. So I think the what you call the niche area in our fashion is in pattern and design. So maybe Ibu Reni bila sampai di Malaysia boleh datang ke bengkel dan melihat sendiri dan belajar mungkin dengan pensyarah-pensyarah yang terlibat.
Ya, pengen sekali, Dokter. Mudah-mudahan bisa sampai di
InsyaAllah
Malaysia dan melihat proses kerja mahasiswanya, sehingga juga bisa dibawa ke sini, Dokter.
Ya, insya-Allah boleh. Bisa.
Terima kasih, Dokter.
Okey, sama.
Assalamualaikum. Boleh saya buat tambahan sedikit?
Silakan,
Boleh.
silakan.
Bagus, sungguh presentation is very good. The presentation from Doctor. It's actually my research also is regarding the sustainability of apparel, and actually boleh join venture kot research nanti. So kalau based on dia punya ni, the presentation tadi, most of the our education system, especially in fashion, and also dia punya industri ataupun manufacturing and also consumer. It's very important, I think dia punya the awareness ataupun how we want to educate instead of industry, apparel industry and manufacture. Bagaimana kita nak educate mereka supaya kita tahu mereka ni nak menguntungkan benefit, banyak keuntungan dan based on profit. Tapi instead of kalau nak menggunakan sumber-sumber yang environmental friendly and then non toxic fiber ataupun yarn yang mana kita guna untuk produce fabric dan sebagainya kan, agak susah bagi mereka sebab memang expensive. Tapi kalau kita tengok kepada sebenarnya the awareness ataupun bila kita tengok pollution tu, it's come more on apparel product kan. Toxic dia instead of kalau macam dye fabric semua datang daripada fashion product and textile product. Jadi kita concern kita punya generation akan datang, what happen to them if kita tidak mengaplikasikan sustainable concern lah berkenaan dengan especially on producing pakaian. Jadi saya risau berkenaan dengan industri sendiri. Yang keduanya consumer. Sebab consumer in Malaysia, even though saya tak tahulah di Indonesia, kalau saya pergi di Sweden last 2 years, I attachment dekat sana. Sweden memang kalau pakaian ni memang dia kata dia jadikan macam kita di Malaysia bundle kan. Kedai bundle masih macam tumbuh tak tumbuh, ada tak ada lah. Dan dia menjual pakaian-pakaian memang exactly bundle yang memang terpakai, reuse apparel ataupun clothing lah. Tapi kalau di Europe sebelah sana, mereka redesign macam yang tadilah research by student Dr. Rosita tadi, they redesign all the fabrics ataupun pakaian yang terpakai itu. Even though in Japan also, bukan di Japan, di Europe also, dia orang ambil pakaian-pakaian contohnya kimono lama daripada Jepun, mereka ambil, mereka bawa ke Europe, mereka redesign dan dia menjadi pakaian yang sangat eksklusif di sana dan dijual semula dengan harga yang mahal. Kan kimono kan cantik-cantik kan. Kemudian dia redesign, dia buatlah macam-macam benda and then dia jadi. Jadi orang kata penerimaan consumer itu sendiri sebenarnya dia support our fabric ataupun pakaian-pakaian yang redesign, reuse balik, recycle semula ya. Cuma mungkin kita dari in terms of kesedaran pengguna itu sendiri, bila kita buat kajian, ada student saya buat kajian, kebanyakannya consumer dia rasa pakai baju second hand ataupun reuse fashion ni, reuse design fashion, recycle fashion ni macam standard yang kedua kan. Mereka lebih prefer membeli pakaian yang ada branded, yang baru, yang orang kata bukan yang recycle punya. Jadi in terms of mungkin dari segi consumer sendiri, kesedaran consumer mungkin kita kena beri pendedahan dan juga industri itu sendirilah untuk produce fabric ataupun pakaian-pakaian, menggalakkan memproduce pakaian yang di recycle. In terms of education pula, macam Dr. Rosita memang mengajar fashion, macam saya pun ajar fashion, memang kita akan ada satu projek, contoh macam saya fashion design, saya akan ada satu projek akhir, mereka perlu membuat pakaian yang reuse semula ataupun redesign semula ataupun dia menggunakan macam buckles, aksesori buttons daripada pakaian terpakai tadi, ambil dan guna balik dan juga multi-purpose clothing. pakaian multi-purpose. Memang ditekankan dan di situ sebab kita nak maintain the sustainability aspect tu kepada pelajar-pelajar fashion itu sendiri, dan juga kita mengaplikasikan shortage dari segi penggunaan fabrik bila pelajar memotong fabrik kan. Kita bagi dia tidak ada waste banyak sangat, zero waste lah. So itu yang saya concern. Mungkin Dr. Rosita dia lebih dekat, macam saya more on education, mungkin Dr. Rosita lebih dekat dengan pelajar-pelajar student fashion itu sendiri. Maksudnya dia keluar nanti dia akan jadi fashion designer, dia akan jadi more on fashion line, lebih kepada fashion line lah. Jadi melalui education lah, melalui pendidikan lah kita nak educate student kita ini supaya dia melahirkan, memproduce pakaian-pakaian yang reuse macam tu. It's very good lah dia punya research kan. Lagi satu industri lah, industri sini agak susah sikit lah kita nak orang kata itu lebih kepada tanggungjawab kerajaan lah kot kan. Untuk memberi kesedaran, promotion and so on kan. Dan juga consumer sendiri, peranan kerajaan untuk advertising dan sebagainya lah, mempromosikan the benefit bila kita gunakan pakaian-pakaian yang terpakai ni, yang redesign. Itu saja pada pendapat saya. Terima kasih. Bukan soalan.
Thank you Dr. Rasina. Good insights.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Rasina. I think we are running out of time, so I would like to thanks to Ibu Rosita for a very interesting and valuable material that we get from your explanations and from your expertise. And I will not add another conclusions because the conclusion was already said by Ibu Rosita. Now it's time for giving certificate, so I will pass to Pak Pasaribu. Silakan Pak Pasaribu.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Linda, for moderating this afternoon plenary session. We would like to thank you to the speakers, and this is the time for certificate awarding ceremony by the chairman of this conference to Dr. Juliana SP, MSc. The time is yours.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you. Terima kasih, Dr. Rosita. Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih di atas jemputan ya.
Okay, sama-sama. Ya.
And we would like also to invite our chairman of this conference to giving the certificate to our moderator, Ibu Linda, to Dr. Juliana SPMS.
Okay, thank you Bu Dr. Linda, the best moderator.
Okay. Terima kasih Bu Juliana.
All right, back to you, Dr. Linda. All right, so this is the end of our second plenary session for today. Thank you very much to our wonderful presentation from the invited speakers, Dr. Rosita and also Dr. Arsina, for giving us some insights and also the cutting edge theory of education and also fashion design. Well, ladies and gentlemen, invited speakers, distinguished guests, and also participants of this conference. So this is the end of our today plenary session. Before we close this session, I would like to inform you about tomorrow plenary session. Parallel session. So we just share on the chat box for the information about tomorrow parallel session. The parallel session will be started at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And for the breakout room details, you can access through this link. We just inform you to the chat box. And we also like to highlight that one presenter will have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answer session. I think that's all for today's session. Thank you very much to all speakers, authors, participants, invitees for joining this fourth ICCFBT plenary session. See you tomorrow at 8 a.m. for parallel session. Before we close this session, we would like to invite all the participants to turn on the camera for taking photo session. We would like to ask for screen capture for this session. Pak Ferry, would you like to help us to take pictures? We invite you all to turn on your camera before we end this session. Okay, smile for screen 1. Screen 2. Third screen. All right. Once again, thank you very much to all speakers, authors, and participants of this fourth International Conference on Culinary Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism 2021. And hope to see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Jakarta time for the parallel session. On behalf of the committee, we do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you very much and goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Sama-sama,
Martina.
Pak Bayu.
Thank you, Sir Sazali. Thank you for all.
Thank you.
Salam cinta dari Ujung Kandang. Salam
Sampai ketemu
kreatif,
besok ya,
salam
Pak.
pelajar Pancasila dan untuk keluarga Malaysia.